Okay, attempt number 3 to get the stream going. And okay, so again, San Jose is the good server to use. Can't use LA, can't use Phoenix, which is weird, really weird. Okay. Anyway, hello. I'm still setting up, so no need to tell me what I don't have running yet. I'm just going through all the motions here. Minimize that. The timer's running. I need to get a link to this page. I need to get the Discord updated. How are you doing, Nui? And Man is here. Hi, Man. Wow. Okay. Let me get a link to my notebook page. This is why it says above my head starting up the stream, because it takes me a little bit. Okay, OneNote. Also, people file in late. Not everyone is here exactly at 9:15. And I'd rather not show like a starting soon screen with a countdown for 5 minutes. I think those are lame. Just my opinion. Copy link. I might as well just show you me setting things up, And where am I going now? Tiny URL. Paste, make small, copy to clipboard. Open back up to see if it works. Whoops, that didn't work. All right, that worked. Close that down. Placed it there. Streamer that starts it around about an hour earlier. So wait a minute, what? Starts it around an hour earlier or so before really starting. You mean like an hour long countdown? Like not even like concerts have that. I don't know. I just think like you'd have to be really full of yourself to have a countdown that long. Oh my goodness, he's gonna start in 54 minutes. I can't believe it. Bud Rivet, hello, how are you doing today? If I had a countdown timer to start the stream, how long do you think it should be? You don't know? 1 second? Okay. I got a vote for a 1 second countdown. I'll put a whole bunch of work into making a countdown screen, and you only see it for 1 second. But it'll have a secret code on it that if you're there to see the secret code, then you get like, I don't know, prize money or something. All right, still working on this. Need to take this link and put it into Discord. Should count down to like 2 and then start counting up again. Yeah, like debated, like should debated emote on the screen or something. All right, stream plan. All right. I'm gonna say today might be interesting because I think I'm going to get into async/dot-await in Rust. I think I've painted myself into a corner where the best solution is async await, and I did some research last night into that. And pretty sure that's what I'm going to have to do because I have 2 things my program right now has to wait on. I have a countdown timer, just the time to start and play music, play certain tracks towards the end of the wait time. So async awaits index is pretty cool and Rust pretty new. Yeah, you know how I could how I realized how new it was? Here, let me show you. So we go to like look up the Rust async book, right? Which they have one, which is kind of nice. But see where they start to say to do? Yeah, they're not even done writing the book. These are just things they would like to have. You click them and then it doesn't go anywhere. It goes to a CSS stripped version of the index. Like there's nothing there. Yeah, so like, oh, okay, that's how new it is that they haven't even finished writing their book. Hey there, Teo Kapan. Yeah, so I don't know if I'll be looking at that book today. Should I go to the to-do and press Control F5? Control F5. All right. I didn't do anything. Control F5, not doing anything. Yeah, I'm not going to play with that. That's okay. All right, so let me zoom this in a little bit more. So yesterday I was working on porting this scripts admin tool from Python to Rust, and I got to where we're receiving messages from the server and receiving messages from a file system watcher, and they are both going to be triggering the tool to do certain things. So right now I have the watcher in a separate thread, but I think I have to change that, and I'm going to try to do it without await async at first, because the library I'm using for the WebSockets doesn't support async await, and I think it's going to look ugly, and it's going to be functional but ugly and not very performant. And then I'm probably going to switch to await async instead. Couldn't watch it at 1080. Please add quality options. We have quality options. I had to restart the stream twice in order to get it. So yeah, it might have switched your default back to 1080 because when I first started the stream I didn't have quality options, and then so it switched it to 1080 for you, and then when I stopped the start of the stream and got the quality options, it probably didn't automatically flip back, so that's why you had to pick it again. Some websites also lose their style until you reload that way. Yeah, and I don't think it's that. I think it's that those to-do pages just don't work. Yeah, it's just broken. The pages are broken completely, and there's no content for them. So anyway, where did I leave off? So reviewing work from yesterday. I guess we'll say porting admin tool to Rust. Reviewing work from yesterday. Sounds good to me. Does that fit on my screen? Yeah. All right. Okay, so what is this buffer? Oh, I remember that. Yeah, close that. Okay, so the original script in Python, let me review it again. Rust Analyzer and Experimental Rust Compiler front end for IDEs. I don't know what that's for. Why are you giving me a link to something in the Rust Analyzer? Anyway, this tool collects some stuff from the command line. It opens and reads the game's configuration, which is in JSON format. It figures out which game realm you're talking about, and if it's not in the configuration, it complains. And then it will go into a common tool runner with some additional processing of the configuration. This common tool runner will end up, I guess I can control click, and actually it's better to just show you what it is in Rust, because that part is done. So same thing here in Rust, we're processing the command line, and then we're going into the tool runner, which does some additional processing of the configuration, and then going into the common tool runner. This is going to connect via WebSocket to the game server. Once connected, it's going to start the authentication process to have admin access. And then it's going to basically sit here in a loop processing messages from the server. And here's one problem we're going to have to solve today. Right now, this loop is constantly reading the WebSocket, but we have another thread right now which is going to need to write to the WebSocket. So that's going to be a problem, because we can't just assume this WebSocket implementation is thread safe. So anyway, right now it's going to just loop waiting for and responding to messages from the game server. And it whenever it gets a text message, it's going to pass it off to this handle message, which if it is the authentication challenge, it handles it by itself. Otherwise, it's going to delegate it back to the concrete tool, which we handle by trait object. And the implementation of that in the script tool right now, let's find it, is that it understands the scripts message and nothing else. The scripts message, what it does is it collects the information about the scripts that are in the game. Then it scans through the local workspace to find what scripts we already have, and it basically compares them. So in this report scripts, actually no, it's process local script, we compute the digest, the SHA-1 digest or hash of the file we have locally, and we make sure it's in our collection, and we see if it doesn't, if we already had it, an entry for it because it was in the server, we see if the hashes match or not. If they don't match, then we mark that the script is changed. So that allows us to both upload new scripts. So any script which is not installed, we add to the game by sending the game a message to create a script entity in the game, which has that script with its name and contents. And then changed is similar. So if the change flag was set earlier, we'll modify an existing entity to update the script contents. And then we go into, right now I have it in a separate thread, but this procedure to monitor the file system. So this is going to set up a watcher from the notify crate, and it's going to use a channel here. The watcher writes to the channel, the transmit end. We're going to read from the receiving end, and the watcher is basically generating events whenever files are created, written to, renamed, or removed in our local workspace. And the intent here, and this is where I kind of stopped yesterday, was something like this, where if a script is updated, we're going to, we haven't done this yet, but take this path and figure out, is that a script we knew about already? And if it is, then we're going to mark that changed flag for the script, and then go into this where it's going to be marked as changed, so we're going to update it in the game. Problem here is that this update change script needs a WebSocket, because we use the WebSocket to talk back to the game to tell it to modify that script. But we don't have a WebSocket here. And this is a problem. I started thinking about this last night at the end of the stream, that I could add the WebSocket to the state somewhere. Problem is that this concrete tool never actually gets to own the WebSocket at all. It's always, how do I show this? It's always borrowed. So on the, whenever it handles messages, it's always being given a reference. So it's borrowing a WebSocket. We can't actually clone or steal that WebSocket to give to this monitor file system thread. Can't do it. So I have to change the architecture of the tool. So we have to make either the WebSocket needs to be made available so that we can use it in this other thread, or I have to pull this out of the thread completely, which is what I'm probably going to do. And going to probably modify the common shared part of the tools where we do this loop here, so that instead of always waiting here for the next message, that we alternate between accepting messages from the server and allowing the concrete tool to do its own work with the WebSocket. Okay, catch up on chat. Hey there, M. Perry. Rust my luck, you missed the start. Well, I'm just explaining what I did yesterday, so it's kind of like a recap. What Rust happened? You Rust called to say you love you. That's 3 Rust jokes, M. Perry. You've reached your limit. No more Rust jokes for you. You're Rust in time. See, try, read. Yeah. There's still a problem, though, when in that the WebSocket is not owned and cannot be used by the monitor file system. So that's the bigger problem. So I need to overcome that. So what I'm thinking about doing is the common part down here where we have the loop. This is where we own the WebSocket, right? We allow the tool to borrow the WebSocket to handle messages. We could also allow the concrete tool to borrow the WebSocket to do its own work, and we could alternate between that and doing messages if instead of blocking a read message, if there's a way to test to see if a message is available. The show Rust go on. Wait a second, that's 4. That's too many Rust jokes. There's no stopping you? Oh no, someone's got to intervene. We got to intervene. Too much Rust. Too much Rust in your jokes. Your jokes are too rusty. All right. So I might as well go and say that in the current task. What I'm doing here is not reviewing work from yesterday. It's modifying the tool to allow to allow other work in the main loop. And that probably just fits my little current task box. Just fits there. Everyone panic. Another one bites the rust. Okay, it's Rust a Dream. Hey there. I'm tripping up on your name because there's a lack of vowel. Metro Dev. Metro Dev, hi. Sorry that I'm having trouble struggling with your name there. All right, I need to look and see, is there a way we can poll? It's not the optimal solution, but if we can poll to see if there is a message before we call read message, then whenever we there is no message yet to receive, we can spend a little time calling the Concrete Tools other method. Actually, we can just go ahead and add that right now, right? So here are the methods in that trait. So let's figure out that we might have some other work, other processing or something. I don't know what to call the function. Other stuff. I'll come up with a better name in a little bit. And I suppose it might fail the same way handle message fails. And so we'll need a semicolon there. And allow it to mutate itself. Why not? Wow. That did not work out at all. Oh, because I'm... Okay. Struggling with my keyboard. Common. Do I need the common? I don't think we do. I think the only thing it really needs is the WebSocket. And I technically don't need this message handling status, do I? I can just have tool should continue because we're not handling a message, right? All right, so if we have that by itself, will this compile? Oops. I need to get my terminal window set up to build this thing. So, hold on. I keep hitting the wrong keys. We're not scot-free here. We're missing an implementation of some kind. There wasn't there a way to provide a missing implementation for a trait? Like a default implementation? I would like to do that. Is it where you just provide something in here and I just say, okay, tools should continue, yes. Will that make the, oh yeah, there we go. So there's a default implementation. This one's still got a compiler error because of this. Let me comment this out for now. With that key, there we go. So now, yeah, technically don't need that, so comment that out. Yes, all of this. I just want to get rid of all the warnings. We have still some warnings in here. Oh, yeah. Warning. Gone. And are we warning free? We are. Okay, so I can do cargo build, release. Make sure this tool still works. All right, and then go to secrets. And, oh, I never did update the script I had, right? Sync scripts. I guess I'll just type the command line manually again. Target, release, sync, scripts, Primus, sync, and then go to Realm server, source ECS scripts, right? There we go. All right, we're looking good. Hey there, JT. I'm pretty good. How are you today? All right, so other stuff. Let's envision what we want to do with this other stuff, which is to check the file system watcher. So I set up some new key bindings for my keyboard to try to get faster at navigating the cursor, and so I'm going to be struggling with that today. Like doing that and that. Hold on. I did it again. There we go. All right, and then I'm gonna be slow with that, and the hope is that I placed a lot of cursor movement keys near the home keys, so that I'll get faster at that after I train my brain. Okay, here's where we're gonna insert it. So left, enter, paste. Oops, that did not paste, and I screwed up my clipboard, so I have to go get it again. So copy, paste, there we go. And delete that line, go to the end. Actually, that's all I needed to do, right? This should say, whoops, go back. Common WebSocket. Right? Not common webs. Oh yeah. Okay. I had to save it for it to show up. Ah. Sorry. I'm going to struggle a bit until I train my brain again. This is common. And then go back. Ah. Okay. I'm going to need to remap that key, I think, because I keep hitting the wrong one. All right. No problem. We can do this. That pop-up window, I wonder if I should just make the default timeout non-zero so that it doesn't constantly pop up in my way, but only pop up if I don't do anything for a few seconds. All right, so what I want to do with other stuff is do what's in monitor file system, but I don't want to do a whole loop. I want to only see if there's something that received. And like Man said a little bit ago, there's a try read we could do with a channel, but I need to have that channel be available in our state. So that means I'm going to have to move it. What is the type of this channel? It's a sender debounced event and a receiver debounced event. So technically, we only need to have the receiver. We are giving the watcher the sender, right? So I only need a receiver of debounced events to be in our state. Yes, so these are all out of order, right? Hold on. This is more practice with the keyboard. Paste. No. Undo. Up. Paste. And then these. So down. Oops. Down. Cut. Down. Paste. Up. See, I'm getting a little bit better. It just takes concentration. Cut. Down. Paste. So I'm using like a special shift key, and then holding that down, I goes up, K goes down, L goes right, J goes left, H is home, semicolon is end, U is page up, O is page down, Y is go back, so I can go back if I want, and actually I don't have a forward if I go back too far. N is undo. So if I keep undoing, I don't actually have a redo because I hardly ever need to use redo. And then M is copy, comma is paste, and period is cut. So that's what I'm trying to train my muscle memory to do. So my left thumb is actually holding down the special key to switch from typing. Otherwise, I'd be typing IJK8L and all that stuff. But instead, if I hold down with my left thumb that special key, my right hand becomes cursor movement and cut and paste and back and all those other funny keys, where I don't have to move far from the home keys. That's the whole goal here. So that's why I'm going to be slow today, because I'm training my brain to do that. All right, I'm in the wrong state structure anyway, right? I need to add the script state. I wanted to add the It's the receiver for the file system watcher. So I guess I'll call it file system watcher receiver or file watcher receiver. Receiver, and that is, can I just say receiver? Or do I have to say standard sync receiver? I don't even know what type it is. Can we just comment that out for a second? There we go. I don't know what type it is. I need to go to, where did it go? Watcher. This thing. Oh, it's probably notify, right? No, it's not. It's in sync. What type is this? So it should be standard sync receiver. So, but it's not showing up here, which is weird. Do that with Vim key bindings definitely value in training your brain? Yeah. If I can get things going where I'm hardly ever moving my fingers off of the home keys, there'll be fewer mistakes, fewer looking down at the keyboard, more efficient, right? Okay. I'm confused why I can't just type in receiver here. And anyway, I'll get the namespace correct in a bit. Actually, can I go back to here and see where it is? Oh, sync MPSC. All right. So back a word. MPSC receiver. There we go. And then go to the end. And it's a receiver of notify debounced events. There we go. Perfect. Now if I want to, let's go back a couple words. And I'm going to grab this text. So I'm going to copy that into the clipboard. And then go down a few pages. Whoops. Down a few pages. Hold on. Do I have that out of order? No, I don't. It's in order. So right after commands. Files, watcher is an, and now here I'm going to do a paste, new. Perfect. Actually, but I don't want to make a new receiver, do I? I should probably make that an option. So undo is, which key is undo? This one? I'm just going to say it's a none. And I'm going to go up. That's down, up. And I'm just going to make this an option. So, whoops, back. Option. And then go to end of line, back. Undo that. I knew I would have to put undo near my home keys. It's got a dodgy ceiling. Unsafe cell. Need someone to come in and have a look. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But hello, Sarian. Why is this giving... Oh, okay, because I never use it. Okay, that's fine. We're not using it yet. Where did the new go? Oh, there it is. Okay, well, looks like we're good so far. So, we set this stuff up in... Where? Process? No. Down here, monitor file system, right? Okay, so I think I'm gonna end up just gutting this function and moving its contents elsewhere. So here's where we, whoops. Here's where, again, I messed up. Special key and then that, okay. This is where we set up the watcher. So let me put that in the clipboard and go up to where, is it on scripts? Right here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just not going to spawn the thread. Instead, I'm going to, let's have it say self dot, let me think about this. Will it be in self or in the state? It can be in either one, actually. Well, no, it should be in the state. So, I probably don't even need to do this clone, now that I think about it. Do I still have that stuff in the clipboard? Yes, I do. And that was the wrong button. There we go. Oh, the unsafe bit? I don't know why man said unsafe cell. So, that's... You said a few things in chat today, man, that I just don't get. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what you meant by the magic completions feature or the unsafe cell. So, sorry, I guess I'm not on the same wavelength today. We'll need the path, right? So the function I'm going to call. Why don't I just make room for the function right now? Where are we? We're in the tool. I need to actually go into the shared state here. What do I want to call the thing? Start watching? Yeah, let's call it start watching. Start watching file system. Mute self. And we'll need a path, right? Which is standard path. And I only need to borrow this, so go back a word or two, go to the end. And I haven't figured, I still have on my to-do list to figure out what the right type is to use here to be more flexible. Right now, it's just going to be that, and then paste, and then delete that. All right, so we're going to have to store the receiver end of this. And I think I also need to store the watcher, right? We can't let the watcher go out of scope. Path is to path of what string? Slice is to string. Yeah, see, that's why I don't like these names. So I have the not my favorite features, and one of them is the string and string slice both use the word string in their name. We can add to that. I can say path, another example, path and path buff. Path is to str what path buff is to string. The fact that they use the word path in both and just sort of leave it up to you to know that buff. I mean, why not just be consistent and say string and string buff then? So yeah, this is just annoying. Let's just face it, that's annoying. The annoying name. Say there, 715209. Cheers. Unsafe cell was inside definition of receiver. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really interested in what's inside of the receiver right now because I'm just using it. It's from the standard library. I see what you're saying, though. You mentioned unsafe cell because you saw it on the screen. Inconsistencies have been pointed out several times as an annoyance. Yeah, so I'm just joining the club. Okay, I'm going to have to hold onto the receiver and the watcher, aren't I? So go over a few words here. I'm going to need to copy this part. I think, yeah, and then so copy, and then I'm going to go up. Here it is. Let's call it file watcher. File watcher is an optional paste. Oops. Okay, and then going to need to make that none to begin with. All right, and then so far so good. Do I need to store anything else in the state besides the file watcher and file watcher receiver? I don't think so. So I think we just at the end here we say self.file watcher equals watcher. Sum watcher. So back a whoops. Yeah, I think I'll have to change that. I think I might have to change some of my key mappings here. Sum watcher and self dot file watcher receiver is sum rx. You can standard mem forget to leak the receiver. I don't want to leak anything. I don't like leaking things in code. All right, so we need to call that down in right here actually. So state dot start watching file system path, right? There. Oh, wait a minute. What does it not like about that? Oh, we don't need it to borrow. It can have the path. Here, have the path. All right. So then I don't need this. So yeah, we're not gonna have a separate thread since we're going to have it being done in the main thread. Okay. So part of what's down here we don't need anymore. This stuff we don't need. Oh, what happened there? Oh, I didn't grab all the way to the end of the line. Whoops. Let's try this again. So get used to using these new key mappings. Okay. Beginning of the line, go down a few, delete. There we go. See lots of progress we made, enjoying it so far? Yeah, I'm keeping myself challenged. Moodikins. It's definitely fun for me because of the learning and the challenge. And hey there, Silmith. How's the concurrency going? Am I fearless? Well, I'm actually removing the concurrency from this app for now. And I'll be probably using async await in a little bit. But I'm so far fearless because Rust has got my back. Hello. And also didn't say hi to 715209 for some reason. Again, I'm looking at my little stream helper, which tells me who I haven't waved to yet. And Ereld, hi. See when I say hi, it takes the flag away. Or am I wearing a kippa? I don't even know what a kippa is. Why are you asking me that question? Are you a troll? It's a Jewish thing. Okay. No, I'm not wearing one. What's your point? If you're here to troll, then I can show you the door. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah, we have ways of dealing with trolls. I'm trying to work here. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, or if you're new to the stream, let me know. I'm working on a game. That video is an intro to what the stream is. Came here to watch me practice programming. Okay, good. Yeah, and in the future, you might want to consider the first thing you say in a channel shouldn't be to ask someone if they're wearing something. Usually it's you say hi, and maybe something more like a polite introduction. No, this is just my hair. Because, yeah, that kind of question could be considered a little bit rude. Hey there, C17R, how are you doing? See, what I do when someone comes into the chat is I have my friendly wave, because that's what you do when you first meet people, right? So that's what we're going to do. And no problem, Mr. Sheldo. Okay. Lumacode, how are you doing? What's that emoji you have? Oh, TwitchCon Amsterdam 2020? Did it actually happen, or is that going to be virtual, or did it get canceled? I was wondering about that. All right, so what I want to do here, I want to move this stuff into the what I haven't gotten a good name for yet, which is the other stuff. I'm going to paste this here for now. Paste. And I'm just going to comment it out because it doesn't make sense the way it's written yet. When are you going to start streaming COBOL? Probably never. Oh, so the TwitchCon Amsterdam 2020 was canceled, but you get to keep the emote? Well, you got something out of it, I guess. Yeah, I got to keep that badge. That's neat. All right, so I'm not going to need this anymore, so we're just going to drop it like that, and we should still be good. I'm just getting warnings about things not being used yet. These aren't being used because I commented out their use here. Okay, so Man was saying that I could hold on. I gotta concentrate when I'm training myself to use the new key bindings, and I'm finding I can't talk while I'm doing that. Man was saying earlier that instead of doing receive, I can do try receive. Let me look this up though. Get familiar with this. So in the Rust docs, there is a MPSC. Well, we can just do receiver, right? It does indeed have a try receive. Look at that. Attempts to return a pending value on this receiver without blocking. That's exactly what we want. It'll never block the caller. Nice. So that's what we want. So it's going to return a result. And what happens if it doesn't block? Do we get a would block error? What is this trying to tell me? I need to look at the source. Is it this try receive error empty? Is that what we get back? Because it didn't say that here. That's my guess, though. Let me look at this for more information. Oh, we could also get disconnected. Aha. A flavor one-shot? What does that mean? I need to hydrate. All right. My poor voice. Okay, I just needed to read this very carefully. This function has two failure cases instead of one. One for disconnection, one for an empty buffer. Okay, I got it. So then, instead of looping here, so again, I got to concentrate because I'm learning these new keybinds. Instead of that, I got, whoops, undo. And then this is unindented, which means I can delete that line. Okay, instead of doing receive here, whoops. It's going to be, whoop, again, I need to remap some of these keys because I'm ending up doing control home, which goes to the beginning of the file, which isn't really helpful. Try receive. And so there's going to be another kind of event, right? Which we're going to ignore. Yeah, I don't think we need this line anymore. So I'm going to go to the beginning of the line and delete that. Actually, I can't delete that. We have to, whoops. Again, I keep hitting the wrong key. Sorry. It's going to take me a while to adjust. But I'm trying to train my brain to use some new key bindings that don't require me to move my hands off the home positions. So if I do that and do underscore, and then I can just say it does nothing. So go to the end of the, whoops, again, I did the wrong thing. Training the brain is really difficult because I have to consciously think about what keys I'm actually typing. Hotkey, shift end. There we go. And then just ignore. And then I want to do the same thing with the notify debounced event, empty. Is there no empty? Oh, we get a try receive error. And a try receive. Ooh. Wait, what? Hold on. Then how do I get the other errors? Wait. Okay. This is a warning, Mr. Shutter. Let's avoid that subject, okay? It's not welcome here. What other errors? Not that they're. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, I got confused. I was thinking about the devalue events, but those aren't errors. Those are all under the umbrella of okay. VS Code Vim is decent, but it locks up sometimes. Yeah, that would. What key bindings am I trying to learn? What's the best way to show you guys? I went over it before, but I guess if you have a keyboard in front of you, I can just describe what the key bindings I have. I have a special shift key on the left hand, so it's all in the right hand. If left hand is holding down special shift, and the bindings are I is arrow up, K is arrow down, J is arrow left, L is arrow right, and I didn't need it to capitalize that. And then the other bindings I was playing around with, H is home, and semicolon is end, and then U is page up. So they're all around the home keys of the right hand, right? Page down, and then N. I'm trying out N to be undo, and M to be paste. So you have to think about it. Comma is copied. Period is cut, and then I also have Y up in the top left, which I was thinking about going back. So those are the key bindings I'm trying to memorize right now. The keyboard I'm using has this special shift is an extra key that they gave me. And so I'm using my left thumb because otherwise, when I learned to touch type, you never use your left thumb. So it's my non-dominant shift, or, you know, non-dominant hands, extra finger, extra thumb. So holding that down, I get these functions from those keys. Let me save that because when it gets asked the next time, I'll be able to say why. So doc, stream notes, key bindings that I am trying out. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Sheldo. How come it just says I didn't say hi to Man? Man was here from the beginning. I wonder if my stream helper isn't working today. Hey there, Aura Driven. And Kamundi, how are you doing? And Cloudhawk, how are you? What keyboard I'm using? I can't actually say because I am trying it out. If it all works well, I'll be able to reveal what keyboard I'm using. But yeah, I can't really say much. Other than that, I'm trying to map the keys on this keyboard so that I can reach them all without having to move too far from the home keys. Mystery keyboard, yeah. I should actually ask them to see, well, can I at least mention what it is? Or do they want me to keep it secret? Oh, there are 2 accounts with Man in it? Really? Hold on a second. I'm losing my voice. I didn't want you guys to hear me clearing my throat. Well, you're right. There are 2 Man accounts. So Man 2003 and Man _ 2003. Are you the same person? I never noticed that before. Why do you have two accounts? Should I be worried that, man, 2003, you have two accounts in my channel right now? Like, what's up with that? Tried that once, but you feel like the Vim key bindings in the browser are overkill? Think your phone is using a different... Oh, I see. All right, well, that's going to really confuse me. Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to be confusing for me. I'm going to be like, is this the same person or a different person? Okay, yeah, I want to catch the, it's not a debalanced event here. It's, notify, no, it's not notify even. It's, standard, what am I thinking about? Yeah, it's coming from, sync MPSC try receive error, right? Empty. Basically do nothing. And then, it's not, whoops, again, I'm hitting the wrong key. It's not receive try receive, it's self dot, really no help here? Oh, no, it's in the state, right? I have to lock the state to get access to it. I need to do one of these, so grab that line, again. Copy. Nope, that's not that's not working. Copy, go down, paste, go, oh yeah, so I'm gonna be like extra slow until I get this settled. State dot file watcher receiver dot try receive, right? There we go. Okay, what does try receive actually need then? Wait, what? Oh, because this is an option, so I need to unwrap that. Yeah, all right. Oh, I was trying to pass the state to that? Yeah. Wait a minute, why doesn't it let me do that? Oh, this can be just state now, because we are already unlocking it, so that can just be script state, right? Perfecto. Okay, what's wrong with this one then? Wait, what? Cannot move out of dereference of meet text card move occurs because value has a type option receiver does not. Oh, you can't do that. I have to say as mute, right? No, not as mute. What is it? It's not unwrap. Is it as mute? Then why doesn't try receive work? Oh, as mute unwrap. Yeah. There we go. Okay, now it doesn't like state because I didn't tell it we're going to mutate the state. Now I did. All these little things that I still have to adjust myself on Rust. What does unwrap do? It takes an option, and let me show you an option. This is an option, so it's like in C#, the nullable, or in other languages where this variable might have a recommended watcher, or it might have nothing. So what unwrap does is it says, I expect there to be something in there. If there's not, then we want to panic or crash. And this as mute is needed because normally when you unwrap an option, it gives you an immutable reference. And we actually need to get a mutable reference. I think the way that works is, yeah, it turns it into an option mutable reference. And if we didn't do that, if we just did the unwrapped, it'll be immutable. Yeah. So I just learned this a couple weeks ago, and hopefully I'm explaining. If I'm not explaining it correctly, someone like Man 2003 who knows a lot more about Rust than I do would probably correct me. The ultimate license at work, you use it happily? Ultimate license for what? I missed, what do you have a license for? Oh, IntelliJ? Okay. Cool. It's been a while since I've used something that has to use a license server. Just unwrap would take ownership, which you cannot do. Yeah. Oh, so it's not that it. So if this was just unwrap, it wouldn't borrow an immutable reference. It actually takes ownership. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, whenever you see the lack of a reference, that means you've taken it out and taken ownership of it, right? So we don't want to do that. We want to get a reference, and as mute gives you a mutable reference, so that we can call try receive, because try receive doesn't need a mutable reference. So I could just say as ref, right? There we go. One less thing we had to do, so I don't actually need to mutate the state after all. Although I think this is going to need to mutate the state in a bit anyway. Yeah, so I might as well make it stay mute, and we're going to need that in a second anyway. Oh, JetBrains, not IntelliJ. I get it. All right. Yeah, I haven't used either one. The closest I've used to that was Android Studio, which is based on IntelliJ, right? I think. There's a box. There might be a cat in the box. Rather than handling both cases, it's just going to expect the box to have a cat and freak out if it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. Perfect explanation, Mudribbit. Okay, so I think I'm free now to uncomment these lines again, right? And I don't actually need to do this at all, so delete that line. Okay, but this needs a WebSocket, so we're going to need to give it a WebSocket, which we have here now, which is really neat. Now that I have that, I can pass that WebSocket. I just need to pass it here. Where exactly? The second argument. There we go. Oh, still doesn't need. Oh, this needs to be mutable state. There we go. Oh no, this is still wrong because of why it is. Is this the wrong type? Mutex guard. Mutex guard, and I can't borrow it. Oh, I need to do like as ref or something, right? Or as. Wait. Okay, I have to actually, instead of it being a script state, I have to make it a mutex guard of a script state. Okay. One word over. Nope, wrong. I'm hitting the wrong button. That's what I'm doing. Not hitting the shift button correctly. Mutex guard implements deref, so I probably don't need that, right? And this is in what scope? Probably standard sync, right? And this is because it's needs to be mutable. So what's the mutable form of a mutex guard? So yeah, that doesn't need to be mutable, but what does the type need to be? Is there a different lock? Like lock, no? Maybe just borrow it. That will fix it. Borrow mute. Borrow, mark it as mutable. There we go. Everyone's happy again. There's no immutable version. So, If there's no immutable version, then... Wait a second. There is no immutable version of what? Because I needed to get a mutable reference to state another in order to call that with a mutable self. Okay, I guess I need to learn more about mutex guard later. Reference to a mutex can always give you access to a mutable. Yeah, but that didn't work. Unless maybe I was just being inconsistent here. So I did that, and it complained about it being can't borrow it as mutable because it's behind an immutable reference. Unless I need to do that first. Yeah, it doesn't want me to do that. Oh, no, I have a mutex guard because I'm locking the mutex already. I needed to lock the mutex right away in order to access the file watcher. Actually, technically I'm not using another thread, so I could probably get rid of the mutex. But one thing at a time. We'll maybe get rid of the mutex later. Yeah, it's a mutex guard, which means I have to do it this way, right? What's wrong with this one again? Just hit pass state. I had this right, now it's wrong again. Do I have to say that mute? Okay. Well, I did a lock first, and what it gave me back was a mutex guard. All right, I'll figure it out later. This way works for now, right? Okay, and then we're not doing all that we need to do. This is only going to work on scripts that are marked as changed. So I need to refer back to what the Python version of this did. Changed. Was that this one? Yeah. Okay. Process local script. Okay, we process. That's the thing. I need to call that. Self or state. I should probably just move this whole thing into the state, right? Oh, did this consume it? Okay, yeah, we can't do that anymore because I need it back for that. Well, actually, no, I don't. It'll tell me that it did it, so I actually don't need that anymore. Okay, I think I'm ready to try this out. Okay, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. It won't ever call this function anyway. This, nothing is calling other stuff yet. That's the problem. I need to make the main thread call other stuff occasionally. Right now, it's not doing that. It's sitting here in this loop and blocking for the next message from the server. So instead of blocking, I think we need to see if the WebSocket is not blocking, then, I mean, if the WebSocket doesn't have a message for us to receive yet, then we should do other stuff and then wait a little bit of time before, actually, I guess we don't need to do other stuff. Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. I could just have it busy wait and alternate between the two. That would be the least efficient but more straightforward. Mutable reference to mutex guard just coerces to a mutable reference. Same with mutex guard going to immutable reference. It's like box or vec or string in that regard. Okay. So what I did was technically correct if I wanted to handle a mutex guard. I don't understand why we need a mutex guard in the first place, but probably because mutex is different from Rust and C++. I need a drink. Also, hello to Papadas del Papa and Cheesegi. Good morning to you, or good afternoon, or good middle of the night, depending on where you are in the world. Okay, I think I need to go to the tungstenite documentation. How come I can't spell tungstenite? Yeah, right here. Latest version, please. Okay, we're dealing with which module? Stream, I think. No, not stream. We call client connect, I think, and I get back a WebSocket. There we go. And then with the WebSocket, we can call... Ah, there we go. I want to call can read. Also, we should probably do write pending, because I read that read message will call write pending first, because when we write, it actually gets queued. So we should probably do a write pending, then can read, and if we can't read, do other stuff, and maybe wait a little bit of time. I don't know. Mutex lock. Locks and mutex gives you access to the lock data via the mutex guard. Once the mutex guard goes out of scope, it unlocks. Okay. So it's kind of like in C++, but flipped around. In C++, you make the mutex guard and you give it the mutex. In Rust, you start with the mutex and lock and it gives you the guard. I get it. So it makes sense that I would need to let the other method borrow it, right? Or could it be just coerced into the right reference? So if I understand that right, then I could have just coerced it into the correct reference, right? This could have just been a script state and it would have worked the same way, right? Oh, there you go. I think that worked. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. They give you a point. Just to make sure, this cargo clippy is not going to tell me much. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I keep forgetting I have that down here now. If I had a problem, it would have told me. If Clippy had a problem, like, let's say, we commented that out. Now we have a warning about the path being unused. Thank you. Yes, Kamundi had the magic words saying that basically linking what Rust's mutex guards are to what I already knew in C++. I'm like, oh, if it's that way, then I can just let it be that instead. Okay, anyway, back here. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the ban I had to do before. It always bothers me when I have to ban someone, but I did give him a warning. I didn't want him to be on that subject, and he persisted. So I should have let my moderators handle that instead of me. Actually, I don't even know if I have any moderators in chat right now. Might be on my own. I think I'm on my own. Oh no, M. Perry was here. I don't know if M. Perry's still here or not. All right. Yeah, sorry. I'm just a little bit distracted. So we're going to want to do WS... You're walking the dog? Okay. Yeah, I had to deal with someone who was persisting to talk about Jews and anti-Semitism, and I said, I just don't want to talk about that right now. I was just giving you a warning, stop, drop the subject. Then he followed up with a question asking if I was anti-Semitic. I'm like, oh, goodbye. I don't want to deal with that. Like, this is not a place for like that kind of topic. This is a place for me to do work in programming, and yeah. Anyway, write pending. I probably want to do, does that take an argument? Why would write pending take an argument? Oh, why is it? Oh, probably because I didn't end the statement. Okay, so write the pending and then... And then we're going to do this match, right? Well, no, only if it's ready to read. If it'd be cool if there was an and then if if WS can read, then something else. Otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, I'll fill in the can in a second. Otherwise, it's going to be tool dot other stuff WebSocket, and that's going to give me a tool should continue, which is all what I already want down here. Oh no, it's not. I'm gonna have to change this part. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change that part. Hey there, Glinkus2. How are you doing? If let, then accept a closure. But I need to else anyway, so this is if we didn't have a problem with write pending, right? And I'm going to collect together all of the errors. So I want the error for that to match the error for... actually, I want the result for that to match the result for all of these arms, right? So otherwise, yeah, so I'm going to have to... ultimately, it's going to map to a result tool should continue, right? So then this already is that correct type. This one is, I guess I'll just put it in there right now. This match thing here goes here, and I get rid of that. And then ultimately the whole thing needs to be matched. So I'm going to do match here. I stopped practicing my keys, and I should not have stopped. There's no, it's not, that's not the correct word. It's this. There we go. So it's not that it's, so yeah, this stuff needs to move up into here, right? Yeah, I don't like the way I've doing this error handling right now. I could move it back to this type by saying dot OK, right? Or is it or map error? Yeah, map error. No, I'm not mapping the error. I'm mapping the result type. Yes, right? Tool should continue to message handling status handled. And it doesn't know that yet because I haven't gotten this other stuff. Actually, no, it should have this. This should work. What did I do wrong here? Wait, result with a function in it? That's not right. Yeah, it is too high. Can you give some insight into the difference between none braces and... Oh, so this means to match anything. So it's like the default in C, C++, whereas none is a specific type of option. So, yeah. Option means it's either something or nothing. And then something, it'll have some value in it, right? Some value. The other type that I confuse frequently with option is result. And result is either okay with a value in it or it's an error with some kind of error. These two are interchangeable somewhat through certain methods like or else, stuff like that. And when you're doing a match, whenever you see an underscore, it means it's a placeholder for it could be anything. So inside of a match, these are kind of like wildcards. So this says the read message is returning us one of these results, right? So it's going to be either okay or error. So if it's okay, then we have a match. If it's a text message, do this. If it's any other kind of okay, do that. But if it's this kind of error, do that. If it's this kind of error, do that. If it's anything else, do that. That's how that works. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So in the case where there's some for the first brace, some, none is the same as some. Yeah, exactly. Well, if you have to capture every kind of value. Otherwise, your underscore might match the uncaught subset of the sum. So like if I left that off like that, or just commented out, then this is going to catch all of the okays that aren't text messages, right? And if like it was an okay ping or something, then this will catch the okay ping as well as any other kind of error. So that's why I catch all the other okay results. Basically say, yeah, we handled it, but otherwise ignore it, and then that leaves everything else to be an error. So two kinds of errors. So if I wanted to be really pedantic about it, I could do this, and then Rust will tell me, yeah, you handled every kind of error. That's probably actually a better thing to say, right? Yeah, I think man's right. So if I didn't catch this now, I get a Rust error saying you didn't handle everything. Missing match arm, right? Missing match arm means that I didn't handle every possible case. So, whereas if I had this to be an underscore, it would mask a bug, right? Now, dog is barking, sorry. So, sorry, dog barking. This masks the problem that this was commented out, right? Because there's no error from Rust, because this is silently going to handle all the okay cases. Whereas if I said error here, now the other okays aren't handled, and we get an error until I do that. Yeah, they have the same methods by convention, which is why I get confused by them. Yeah, they just conventionally look similar. The differences you can see are that the other possibility actually has a value in it. It's the error object, you know, could be a string, could be something else, could be empty, but it's something. So even if you had like, if you don't need an error message, you still have to put something there. So you'd have some like value type. You'd still have to put something there, and that's the unit which is like void in C++. Whereas with an option, you don't have that at all. You just have option value type, because I hate it when it thinks it's XML. Because with an option, there's no room for some value for the none. Whereas error, there has to be room for the error message or whatever it is. Actually, what if I save this as a note? Doc, stream notes. This is going to be Rust option versus result. There we go. I'll save that note. Am I using Rust Analyzer or RLS? I'm using Rust Analyzer right now. I tried using Rust RLS for a while, and it didn't have quite the feature set that worked for me. Hey there, Jodaba. How are you doing today? And hi there, Iron Oxidizer. Great name for someone working with Rust, by the way. Yeah, this is probably too much indentation. I'll refactor it later. Right now I'm trying to figure out what did I get wrong here that it thinks I'm doing a result with a function in it. Is it that this map is wrong? Oh, I have to do okay, don't I? No, that's not. I know that that's not right. I thought map turned one result into another kind of result here. So why does it think that I'm turning it into a result that takes a function? Let me get more detailed note here. Expected message handling status found function item. How is handled defined? That is an enum. So it should fit in place of a function, right? Because that's the argument, and then that's the argument for that. Oh, you're right. Yes, you're right. Thank you, Kamandi. You pointed me in the right direction because that needs to go there, right? And I think that means I can reduce this to that. Okay, but I have errors elsewhere. What are my other errors? Expected a closure on 146. Oh, this whole thing needs to be a closure. Can I just say that? I can't use a break. Really, I don't want to handle these errors at this point. I want it to go all the way back out to this top level here. Don't I? Yeah, don't I just want to move some of these cases out? Oh, I know why I was doing this, because I didn't want to have to mix tungstenite errors with other kinds of errors. Yeah, so really this becomes shouldn't this become a... No, that needs to be... Yeah, I need to decide what kind of result I want at this top level. Because if we get a connection closed from the read message... Actually, we would get it from the write pending, wouldn't we, also? Unless I mapped the error first. Write pending gives me what kind of result? A generic tungstenite error. Yeah. So I actually should do a map. I think. Map error. Creating an error type can help. Yeah, I was just going to use string. But maybe you're right. What if I just keep it simple for now? We'll just have it, if there's some kind of... We already have this, if there's some kind of error, just print it out and break. And I can just have an error connection closed. So this could just be an error connection closed. Yeah. It's just I have to map this error to a result of tool should not continue and put in an error. So I have to do... What's map error take? It takes the error object, right? Op. I don't think map error is what I want, is it? Sorry, I'm going to be struggling with this for a little bit as I get used to Rust. But yeah, it was... I thought map error is what I want. Yeah, that's to change the error type, right? But I need to change the OK type also. Actually, that's what the and then would do, right? Oh, the type is this. No, the type. The. Hmm. The types are different. T to U. Okay, so I can keep the. I just need to map the error. So error. How do we map that? We map it to an error. How we do down here? Well, I can do it this way. Match error. We should probably just put these on other lines. It's gonna be a little bit of redundancy, isn't there? Because I kind of want. Well, it's not gonna be totally redundant. I'll grab these. Paste. There we go. Took me a moment to think of that. And we don't want this. We want to remove these, right? The map error, does it ask me to no, it just return. It wants me to return a. No, it wants me to return a result. So I do need to return a result, but I don't want these errors, right? What's wrong with this one? Oh, hold on. No, that's that, right? What's wrong with this one? With this arm? Oh, wait a second. It's slice versus string. So these all need to be string froms. Well, that one has an into. What if I just do an into here? Because I kind of like into instead of string from, and just let this one carry the. Well, if they were all intos, they wouldn't know what I'm putting it into. So maybe it is technically more correct to say string from in those places. Maybe rather than into. Let's keep it at that. Use a cow. Moo. Yeah, but E into. If I did it in all three arms and E into, it would be ambiguous what we're putting it into. This, we're being explicit that it's going to be a string. Or I could do two string. Yeah. Well, we'll go with string from. There are lots of ways we could do it, right? Now, what's wrong with the and then? It's expected to take a zero tuple as argument. Okay. How about we just say it and then whatever? Okay, I'm getting there. Just a few arms are not right. So oh, I need to make sure all these arms generate what? A handled or not? Yeah, I want this message handling status, don't I? Maybe I don't. Maybe I should just be tool should continue. Let me think about that. Yeah, at this level we'll handle, so this should just be an okay. Tool should continue, yes. This one I should match, or map. This should be a string from. Yeah, I know. I just need to clean up the syntax and all this. You should just return strings in and then, not errors. But I could get an error though. I could get an error from the can read or the read message actually. Actually, no, the can read doesn't return an error. It then returns a Boolean. The read message can return an error, though. Yeah, no problem. So we could get an errors from write pending. Those are the kinds of errors we can get. And I'm mapping them to be just so that the error type is a string. So this needs to do the same thing, right? So I need to get, this has to be result, fundamentally I want a result of tool should continue or error with a string. So I don't need the handled, right? And we'll handle this up here. Right here, right? Yeah, handle the message, which is returning a result of a message handling status. So I'm going to say map message hand. Oh, I need to take a break. Hold on. We'll postpone that for a little bit. Message handling status handled. And then or else. Wait a minute, I didn't do that right, did I? I need to do a match. I need to do a match. So it's if it's handled, then it's okay, tool should continue. No, it's not. There's a tool should continue here. We just unwrap that to be okay. Tool should continue. Ah, getting so confused. Yeah. Right, here's where I put the, whoa. I already lost the, okay, I need to undo it for a while to get what I had something on my clipboard I wanted. So I'm gonna get it back and then, there it is. I want that on my clipboard. Now redo. Okay, because, yeah, the red lines are gonna be getting in my way for a little bit. I want an okay message handling status unhandled. Unhandled doesn't have any other arguments, right? Oh, it does have it has a string. Message type, that's what it is. Oh, there's where I put it. There's where I put it. So that goes there. But instead of printing it all one, no, actually I do want to print it. Right. Hold on, it's gonna be messy for a little bit. If you handle the message, it tells us whether or not we should continue. If it's unhandled, we want to print that and then say we should just continue. So it should be okay. Tool should continue, yes. If it's anything else, well, it's going to be an error then, right? And we're just going to do that. Am I missing a comma at the end there? I am. What's it telling me here? Mismatched types. What? Oh, comma. I'm like, what? No, it's still a problem. You're getting confused now? That's okay. It'll all make sense in the end. It's just remember, it's all a Raimu learning experience to get some experience and in handling different arms with results and options and stuff like that. And I'm gonna fail a bunch of times, and then I'm gonna learn from my mistakes. What? Wait, you're expecting a slice? I shouldn't be. Why does it say finding a string when an expected result? Is this not a string? And I just want to return a string, don't I? I don't get it. Yeah, it could be down here somewhere. Yeah, why doesn't it like... It doesn't like my error types here. I should just be consistent, right? What were you spamming about? You should just return strings and then not error string. But and then supposed to return a result. So these all have to return results, don't they? Oops. Map error is wrong. Oh, this is wrong? This just changes the error type. The result is still going to be empty. So the and then is turning this empty unit into I'm trying to turn the result. So this will be, at this point it'll be result empty unit string, right? At this point it was result empty unit tungstenite error or something like that, right? Yeah, tungstenite error, right? So this map error turns the result unit tungstenite error into result unit string. And what the and then is supposed to do is turn the unit into a tool should continue, because this is what I want down here. What I want down here is a result tool should continue or a string. That's what I want down there. And your closer changes the error into a result. I didn't want it to, but maybe that's the problem. What I'm trying to do is have that type be all the arms, but maybe this is wrong here. Yeah, this one's wrong. This should be a tool should continue. Yes. Why didn't that work? Oh, it already is the correct. I don't need to map it. Shouldn't... Yeah, map error just translates the error type, I thought. Am I wrong? Oh, wait. I see what you're saying. I shouldn't have error here. No. I think map error... Yeah, I'm supposed... My function here... where is it? Oh, no, you're right. It's supposed to just map the error. Okay, yeah, you're right. So I don't need any of these errors. I don't need any of these errors. Don't know how to wrap that. There's no error here either. I guess I'll stuff this all into one line. I hate doing that though, because I can barely see the end of the line. Yes, yeah. So that's what I had wrong. Thank you. Can I just give everybody 10 points? Is this a graphical game or text-based? It's mostly text-based, Word. If you want to check it out, it's here. And I'll just show you briefly. There is a graphical world view, but it's pretty basic 2D tiles. And I hear there's actually a player in the game, Gliss. But most of the interaction that you have as a player will be through the chat window. This is chat. You'll chat with other players here. You'll also interact with non-player characters when they speak, and when you ask them questions, it'll all be in this text window. Yeah, it's inspired by Ultima 4 and 5. In fact, I am using the same, what would you say? The same style of graphics with the animation being largely just two-framed. What I'm using for the web client and the server. The server is all custom written except for a few libraries, and mostly in C++ with Lua scripting to drive all the NPCs and other game events. And the front end is in React, Redux, and Phaser. So I talk about that in Engine and front end, I think, or libraries. There we go. Who would have thought of Ultima if you didn't know any better? Yeah, that's because when I was a kid, I would play the Ultima games, and sort of on my bucket list has always been to try to make my own game inspired by that. So it's going to be a multi-year effort, right? I'm coming up on like a year and a half, and we have the engine almost done, but I don't have any content yet, and I'm still I'm in the process right now of learning a new programming language also, and so I'm exercising the learning the new programming language by taking some of the tools I wrote for the game and porting them to Rust. Never played any Ultima game? Well, it's from the late 1980s or mid 1980s, so you have to be kind of an older person like me to remember. First game in your Commodore 64 was Ultima 3? Yeah. Now, question for you, Word. Did you fill up the world with chests and ships in Ultima 3? Because that's just something my dad and I did. And it was just a fun little challenge. We could fill up the world with chests except for where the moon gates spawned. Couldn't fill up the world with ships because of, I think the algorithm they used to figure out where new ships spawn, it became more became more and more unlikely to spawn one the less empty space there was. Figuring out a way to kill Lord British, yeah. That became like a inside joke in the Ultima games, and it carried on to Ultima Online, where a player actually managed to do it. Yeah, a bit of lore there. So right, today this tool is actually used to synchronize the game's scripts with what I have on my local workstation. So like, for example, I have a local copy of the attack script here. And in the game, there's going to be a matching one, right? So if I go back to the game and I go to my script, I go to the attack. This is the same script that's in my editor here. The idea is that if I am working on a script, I could just make a change like that and hit save and have it pop up here in the game without me having to synchronize it manually. So I have that tool working for Python, but I'm trying to port it to Rust now. So that's what I'm doing today. So I just need to get this right and then clean it up. First RPG game that you play on the PC was some roguelike called Castle of the Winds. I don't remember playing that. I remember playing Apple Panic and what was the first RPG game? There was like an Gods of Olympus kind of game. Castle of the Wind, I don't remember. I must have missed out. Hello there, Steve PRGM, and Word, hello also. All right, I think I got it right, except for one of these arms. Oh, this one. Oh, it just needs a reference? Hold on, what is the type of the WebSocket? Oh, we own it. So I need to give him a mutable reference to the socket. I think it actually just compiled. Yep. So I did it. So now how would you guys have any ideas on how I would clean it up? You can see my intent here. The first thing we do is we see, can we write to the WebSocket? It's going to give us back either a unit or a tungstenite error. Since I'm interested in the end having a result of should we continue or what's the error message to print, what I did first is I wanted to map the error from tungstenite error to a string. That's what this does, right? So, but in addition, if the write pending is done, we also then want to see can we read the WebSocket? If we can, then we're going to try to read, and this produces a different kind of result. We get another, I think we get another one of these, right? which means I have to again map. Actually, it's not a result of that. It's either a message or an error, right? So what I'm doing, I just put into a match instead of trying to map, because we're gonna have to map both the OKs and the errors. So we're mapping the OKs in general to whether or not we handled the message. Actually, maybe this is where there's a little bit of redundancy. Oh, that's right. This one returns yet another kind of result. This is why it gets really confusing. I'll put it here. So, if we got a tungstenite message, and it's a text message, we're going to try to handle it, which means we get a message handling status, or we get a string error. So, I want to leave the errors alone. So maybe I don't need a map here. Maybe I don't need a match. I can just use a map, because we don't want to do anything with the errors. But yeah, we want to get it back to, what did I want for this, this match? Well, I'm trying to get it back to that, right? So if we handled the message, it tells us that whether or not the tool should continue. If we couldn't handle the message, then we're just going to print that we got something we didn't expect, and then we're going to assume we should continue. Errors are already in the correct type for handle message. It's already a string, right? But for the non-text messages, again, we just ignore them if it's okay, but if it's an error, I have to map from tungstenite error to a string. So that's what this is all for. And the other stuff already gets us the correct kind of result, so I don't need to do any mapping there. So let's see what you guys had to say after I explained all that. Would you consider porting everything to Rust? Yeah, I'm actively considering that, Iron Oxidizer. Because the more I work on this, the more I'm convinced that I like enough of Rust, and that Rust is forcing me into good patterns, one way or another. And it does everything I need to do, at least on the back end of the game and the admin tool side. Maybe even the front end. I have a friend on Twitch by the name of Chris Griffin who is using Rust in front-end web apps. So I could even put Rust in for the game front end. I think it just compile is where I would make a commit before I would break it again. Yeah, I should get into the habit of that. Map the error to eString could do a similar thing. So like, yeah, I think I know enough to do this one. This is just a map, right? So instead of, so if this gets me that, then I can just do a map, can't I? From it's a message handling status. Yeah. Status. I still have to handle these two arms though, right? So something like if status. Actually, why don't I just do match again? Match status. And then I don't need this line, right? So I could do that. Oh, no, I'm back to a problem. I should have committed. I should have followed your guys' advice. Let's go back until it compiles and then commit that. No. There, yes. Okay. I'm gonna commit that. Then we'll refactor it. Yeah, so this is gonna be work in progress. Merging message handling and file system FS events handling in scripts tool. And I'll also put in the add some more stream notes is a commit. All right, so now I have it in Git. Does WASM allow you to react with the DOM? Yeah. Well, Chris is using Rust plus U, and I think some other stuff to use Rust in with WebAssembly. But the link he gave me was back on day one. It's this Are We Web Yet, which apparently has a whole bunch of resources about how you'd use Rust on the web. And there's also, by the way, the Are We Game Yet? And then there's a third one that someone else gave me. Let me look for it. Which day was it on? I can't even remember, but there was an Are We something yet that was for like some other purpose. He might have been using a JS glue layer, but I don't remember seeing that. Most of the stuff is in Rust. And he was making DOM elements and everything. Are we GUI yet? Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Thank you, man. I think the cat's meowing because he's hungry. The cat's walking around the house meowing at everybody. Using Rust right now to generate dynamic web pages as mod. Probably the fastest templating engine in the world. Interesting. Hello, Silent Z. And math and video games. Not like this. Not like what? You mean my ugly code? Yeah. We're going to try to refactor it. I need to take a break, though. How about, well, a stopping point for the break would be after I do this little bit of refactoring. I think I can just map the... I still have to do the match. But I can match the map of this, right? I kind of want to keep that line. Status, message handling status. Don't we just do match? Oh, no, this is... Maybe that's the problem. This should have been... No, this is for the OK arm, right? So, match that. I think I left the OKs in there. That was the problem, right? I need to remove the OKs. And I believe I removed the OKs here too, don't I? Like that. And something else I'm missing here. What is it? I don't get it. What am I missing here? Is it... This doesn't need me to have a comma. What's wrong with this line? I'm missing some syntax here. What is it? Map takes a closure, right? Yeah. I mean, does it want me to put this into a block? Is that what it's trying to tell me? No. So what's up here? There's a comma at the end of that line. There's a comma at the end of there. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I just don't see it. Maybe a more detailed Clippy would tell me. There's a mismatched closing delimiter somewhere. I just don't see it. 215 it says. Yeah, all of these are mismatched. What's mismatched? That one matches there. This one matches there. This one oh, there's the problem. That was it, right? No? I thought that was it. Oh, parentheses. There we go. We all found it around the same time. But it's still not good. Why not? I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? Unexpected token on 181. It doesn't like that. This matches... Oh, wait. No, yeah, that one matches this one up here. No, it doesn't like this one. Yeah, I know. I should be doing rainbow brackets. Maybe that's what I'll do after I... Let me just take a break. I'll figure this out after I take a break. My mind will be on a different gear after I take a short break. I've been putting off the break for a long time anyway, so I'm going to take 3 minutes and 10 seconds for overlap break. I'll be right back. I am back. I just need a little break. That's right. And I use this work right thing to remind me when I need to do that. So that's why before it popped up a little box. As to avoid eye strain and repetitive motion injuries, I recommend something like that if you're like me and you kind of get laser focused on something for hours and hours. See a paste bin. What do you want me to see the paste bin about? Let's look at the paste bin. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. I don't understand. I'm sorry. Does this relate to the code I was doing? Self-handle message, right? But wouldn't the question mark return early? I guess returning early out of the closure is okay. But, it would return with the wrong error, kind of error, wouldn't it? No, it's a string. No, the handle message, the result of the handle message is, oh yeah, this is the correct type. It is a string. So I could have it return early, you're right. But the map does this, so the question mark would mean I wouldn't need a map, but I'd still need a match anyway. So I could get rid of the map by doing a question mark, and I'd still have a match. Oh wait, that's why we have the syntax error, because of the match. There we go. Okay, so you're saying with the question mark, I don't need the map anymore. Instead, I would have a match. I would move this match out to here. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I think you're right. I'll give you a point for that. I'm trying to come up with these things by myself. So I mean, I appreciate the input, man, but if I just take your answers, I'm not going to learn it as well. So what I'm going to have to do is do a little extra study of this to make sure I understand this. I think what it is I'm not used to using the question mark operator. I can do it because we're inside of a closure. I have to remember that if we're in a closure, a question mark will return back out of that innermost closure, which is actually what I want because the error is already the correct type, right? So that would turn it into a question mark, but then I would have to match outside. And this then is one of these because we already took care of the error. And that becomes that. Drop these lines and unindent. Right? Okay, didn't like that. What did I do wrong? Just looking to, do you have any syntax differences? Oh, right. Because we're not using map anymore, we need to rewrap these as results. So that is one cost of this, is these need to be okays again. But then the benefit would be actually I could throw an error from inside of here. I couldn't before, I guess. Yeah, propagates at one level up. So we're inside of a closure here. So this will take any error because it's already the correct type at that point. Actually, I should annotate here. It's result message handling status string, right? So since the error type is already what we want here, we can just propagate errors out of this closure to get what we want. But if it's not an error, we need to match these basically to, if it's handled, we're told whether or not we should continue. If it's unhandled, we always continue. But we also print out a string about it. Could use more if let and while let pattern. Yeah, I'm not using that as much because again, not comfortable using it. Okay, but so far so good, right? I can make this maybe easier to read by separating the monad chain away from the match. I did that before. And let's just keep it the way it is. This is working, right? Yeah. And the only problem is this other stuff is going to busy wait. Let's see if it works. It'll busy wait if there's nothing in the receiver end. I think we're going to want to slow it down a little bit. So it's probably busy waiting right now. It's probably using one of the cores of my CPU, just busy, locked up, busy waiting. Let me verify that. So, actually, I don't need to show all. That should just be in my list, right? Actually, it's not. I expected it would be. Huh. Interesting. I would think that there's nothing to this. It's actually not blocking anymore, so it shouldn't get stuck like that. It looks like it's handling messages from the server, though. So why did I not need to do a sleep? This language takes some time. Yeah, exactly. Awesome that I picked up another language and already put it to use. Yeah, it's been a struggle and a challenge, which I enjoy doing. I also get to add it to my resume for what it's worth. And so, hello, Strache in the Suisse. And also, there are two other people I should say hi to. I'm just looking where those chat messages are. I wish that the chat program I use actually would highlight it, or it doesn't. Okay, it was Sprudell was echoing someone else saying where that missing punctuation was. Hello, thank you for helping. And then Sean C. What? Sean C. Plus? Oh, you enjoy watching people keep the genre going? Yeah, for me, it's mostly that it's the kind of game that I can actually maybe do. Whereas, like, you know, AAA games, or a single developer can have no hope of doing that. Okay, it's actually responding to messages from the server, but is it monitoring the file system? Let me do a test, which is to go to one of my scripts and just change something. I don't think it is. It would have detected that. So I don't think it is actually responding to what the watcher is doing. Same reason you work on them? Yeah. Am I getting another message? Yeah, I am. Okay, so it's not detecting file system stuff at all. Does that mean it's not going into that else? I should probably just have it print out what it's doing, right? I don't think it's actually going into that. So let's have it print out. Print line. This might be a bad idea. Reading next message from server. Doing other stuff. This is probably a bad mistake. It's probably going to spam my terminal. Read message, but it shouldn't get in here unless we can read. Unless I misunderstood how can read works, which is entirely possible. Yeah, okay, so can read doesn't work the way I thought it did. I only wanted to read the next message from the server if there's one to read. So I need to look at how that can read works. I did not understand it. Check it if it's possible to read messages. Reading is impossible. Okay, so this isn't what I want. I want to know if we actually received a message. Is there a way to know that? Like, there's no try read. I think maybe we're stuck because there's no method that we can do to either try read or... Unless maybe we go to the... There's a way to get to the underlying connection. We can ask it if it has data available. Or I could do a search. I'm sure someone has run into this. I don't want to... So tongue tonight. Try, well, read message non-blocking. Yeah, we're gonna end up going. We're gonna end up hitting a lot of things that have nothing to do with Rust, the programming language, aren't we? And if I say the word non-blocking, we're gonna go down a different path of search results. Yeah, maybe it is time to move on to async. Maybe. We could actually just introduce the async version of tungstenite. That's async tungstenite, I think. So if I go to crates.io and I look at sync or async tungstenite, it's the async version of it. So I could try that. Try C++ and lead code and you got a use after free. Oh, yeah. Rust won't let you do that unless you mark it unsafe. So I actually meant to hit the documentation page. If we were using async tungstenite, then how would we use it? Client async. And we would just await it, I guess. I don't really want to look into Tokyo. I did yesterday, and what I didn't like about Tokyo was it required you to have a weird runtime that you had to annotate your main function. And yeah, it just didn't feel right to me. I want to kind of try to stick as close as I can to the standard library, even though I know it's not mature. But I think async tungstenite doesn't require a whole bunch of like Tokyo stuff. So we have a WebSocket stream. Okay, there is a stream and a sync. I should just look at their example code. Okay, home page. Is there repository? Examples. Client. Let's make it bigger. Oh. Interesting. So they split the stream to get the reader and the writer parts. And those are, I guess those are the two streams. Yes. Where do they actually use the writer part? Huh. Oh, right here. I think what this is saying is, yeah, this is all asynchronous stuff, right? It has a channel, and the channel, right, they have a task to, what is that? Read standard in. Oh, it's down here. It's reading data from standard in and send it along to the, yeah, why do they have to make it so complicated? I see what they're trying to say. They're like, yeah, this is an asynchronous task, which is going to send whatever it gets from standard input to the WebSocket, right, as a binary message. Why? I wonder why they make it binary. And that's a asynchronous task that they spawned here. Oh, I see. It's not using the standard. It's using this async standard, which is a crate, external crate, right? Oh, is it not? Is async standard not a crate, so it's built into the language? Okay. Async IO? I got that wrong, didn't I? Don't need that anymore. I went back too far. Examples, client, async std. Okay, then how are they getting that? Because I didn't see that in their cargo toml under dependencies. I see log, I see futures util, futures IO pin project. Is it part of futures IO and futures util that I'm just not seeing? Yeah, and I know that it's a crate, but where are they pulling it in? Oh wait, it's probably one of these dependencies dot somethings, right? I should just search for async standard. There it is. Why is it a dev dependent? Oh, dev dependency because it's a dependency of example. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this right now. See, dependencies async standard. Yeah, okay. I'm not familiar with this syntax in the cargo toml. I know dependencies, but I don't know about this. Is this a feature? Oh, yeah. It's a feature, right? There's also keywords. Interesting. Is is whatever after a dot with dependencies, is that a feature? It is a crate. Why you see async? Because this is not working. This can read doesn't do what I hoped it did. I hoped that can read would be true only if there's a message waiting to be received, but it's actually just tells us if it's possible to receive messages. It's always returning true, which means that this is always blocking. I wanted to have this condition here so that we avoided blocking, but I can't figure out how to do it. I guess there's another way we could do it. We could set the connection in non-blocking mode, and then we would get an error would block. Yeah, what if I do that now? I don't really feel like getting my feet wet with the async first. I want to get it to work first without using async. So we can't use the can read. So this gets outdented, right? And I got to put this somewhere else. Probably we're going to put this in a wood block thing. So I'm guessing that there's an error for that. Tungstenite error wood block. Maybe it's IO. I don't know. IO something. That's what I'm gonna guess we can do where we can put this code. Is this gonna return the right result? Don't know. I don't think so. Why does it have a problem with this? Oh, because this needs to be a block. Gotta make it a block. Now it's a block. All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, man. It would be a little bit heavy. Yeah, I know Cargo has a book. Yep. I just didn't know that syntax. I hadn't seen it before. Okay, I think I remember reading something about that you can, with tungstenite, make it non-blocking. I just need to find out where they talked about that. Was that in their... how do I get to their... There we go, source. Ooh. I don't know if I like this. I can't even... Okay, I guess I can do dark mode again. There we go. How come that's weird. Oh, this wasn't dark mode because it just figured out that it should be dark, but this one was dumb. All right, I guess it's a full dark mode now. Did they have an example? I don't think they did. I actually don't think that they covered it, but they might have talked about it in the README. Block. Nope. I know somewhere they mentioned this. Turn this back on. I know they mentioned somewhere that there's a way to use it in non-blocking mode. I just need to find out where it is. Yeah, I don't think that async is too difficult either, but there's just syntax that I'm not familiar with, and I'm not comfortable right now understanding what library options are out there. I didn't like that there were multiple options. There was async standard, and then there's Tokyo, and I'm like, which one do I pick? It seems like everyone's doing their own thing. Like at least 2 different ways to do async. What am I looking for? I think I need to go back out all the way. Can I just go to the top of this? Yes, I can. All right. Right, this is in blocking mode. And there was a way to do it with non-blocking mode. I think it was it client? Right, use this function if you need a non-blocking handshake support or you want to use a custom stream like MIO or SSL stream. And then with the WebSocket, right, so where I'm using client connect, but if I used client instead, it mentions non-blocking, but that's just for handshake. Why don't you use another thread? I was using one yesterday, but the problem is that there was no way for me to read the WebSocket from one thread and write to it from another one. So this tool, other stuff, which is in scripts here, has to take that WebSocket because we might need to write to it. This ends up writing to the same WebSocket that we're reading. And I don't know of a way to both write a message to a WebSocket from one thread while reading a WebSocket from another thread. Should be able to split the read-write. I didn't see a way to split it with Tungstenite. With Tungstenite, there's just one WebSocket that has read message and write message. I don't know how to split that. The async one, their example we were just looking at, you could split it. Yeah, so it might just be a limitation of this library. You know, I could just maybe write my own WebSocket library. It's not like I haven't done that before. Port my existing WebSocket library to Rust, maybe? Because my WebSocket library was fully asynchronous. This one is a bit too synchronous. Be able to clone the WebSocket connection? I don't think it's clonable. I don't think you can. And would that even be thread safe? I don't even know. I was looking for that yesterday too. Like, there's no mention of thread safety in this, so I just assumed it's not thread safe. I'm guessing what I gotta do is I have to give it a stream I already made, or I made it non-blocking. I was just hoping for an example. Maybe someone has already done this. Tungstenite, Rust, non-blocking. I mean, it just refers me to the async implementation. rather not jump into that right now. Whether something is thread safe is visible in the API, but looking at whether the right types implement don't implement the send or sync. Oh, good point. Good point. Get it? It's send and sync. Okay. What does that tell me? That it's thread safe? So I could share the WebSocket between threads? Okay. I mean, we can give it a try. Worst they could do is just like crash, right? Connect WebSocket. Does it implement sync? It does. Now, remind me, what does sync do again? Safe to share references between... Okay, then let's try it. Worst it can do is not compile, yeah. All right, fine. So going back to a thread, what do I want to run in the thread? I guess that means we'll go back to this. This just handles reading, but I need to give the tool the WebSocket. I guess I would do it here then, right? Provide the tool with the WebSocket. So tool dot I'm tempted to call it share WebSocket. And then the problem is that the way I've created, I need to, after I connect, I need to move it into something that's reference counted, right? Threads are so heavy for sending WebSocket. No, I have to have a thread because this library doesn't let me check to see if the WebSocket is readable. And so it just blocks. I don't know how to do it with non-blocking yet. The thread is only to have one thread do the writing and the other one thread do the reading. Yeah, this is only temporary. When I go to some kind of async solution is what I want to do, then I don't need threads. I would just have two features. One where the file system event is ready, and the other one is where the WebSocket is ready, right? Yeah, it's one thread for the whole lifetime of the tool. And I think I'll spawn it inside of this thing. So I just need to be able to hand it a reference, right? Does it need to be an arc? And no, it just needs to be an arc, right? So I just need to put it into an arc. I might as well do it right away, right? Yeah. So wrap the WebSocket in an arc so that we can share it with the tool. Oh, the other thing is we don't want to do that until I don't want to do that right there. I want to wait until the authentication is done. Actually, I know what to do then. It would be the work function that I already have. We would not just let it borrow the WebSocket, we would give it a shared reference. Yeah, so I don't need this, actually. I just need to wrap it right away. So let mute WebSocket. Let me guess that I don't have to make it mutable. I think I do, though. Is, which is an arc standard sync arc of a common, I'm already in common, WebSocket equals standard sync arc new WebSocket. And this doesn't need to be mutable anymore because we're immediately moving it in there, right? And then send message will say that it's just sharing the arc. borrowing the arc. That still works, right? Yep. Well, I think so. I'm not exactly sure. I have syntax errors elsewhere. One right around here somewhere, right? So actually, why does it have an error here? Oh, because of send message, yeah. So I'm gonna have to resolve a lot of these. So this is whoa. I had lag there for some reason. Arc. I need to be using these buttons to get used to these shortcuts. No type annotation required. I wasn't sure, so I just put it in there. If you need to get immutable reference to WebSocket, you'll need mutex inside the arc. Oh, so I might as well just do that. Get it out of the way. I don't know if the WebSocket needs to be mutable. Actually, I guess I could check its methods. Does write message? Oh yeah, it's mutable. So I will need to lock it with the mutex. Actually, that's a problem then, because it's blocking. Read message blocks. If it needs to borrow a mutable reference and then it blocks inside there, aren't I going to have a problem? That the writer is going to block when read. If we're blocked inside a read message and it borrowed a mutable reference, isn't writing going to block? Trying to lock the mutex? That's going to be a problem, right? Yeah, probably. It's too bad that they made it mutable, but then why bother make it thread safe? You can't even share it with another thread and do anything useful with it. Yeah, maybe. Is it worth it me retooling all this with Arc to see if it'll work? I guess I can just learn from the experience. Okay, so tool work would get standard sync arc of a WebSocket, which leads me down into here. This one. And then I'm just following the trail of error messages. Standard sync arc WebSocket. Next error. Oh, no errors in common then. So that worked so far. It actually let me mutate. It let me call send message. Interesting. This actually was okay with it being one of these. So maybe this will work? Sharing socket between threads, non-blocking read. Oh, so there's already an issue open about it? Interesting. Whoa, font is too big. Or maybe it's just that my window is not sized right. Seems to block until it message, thinking an access the underlying system split and have two threads is possible. What? Set non-blocking? That's what we want. I didn't even see that. What is he talking about, set non-blocking? Is this a different repository of... Is there more than one tux tonight? So this says to use Tokyo. Yeah, I knew this would happen. But I didn't see this set non-blocking anywhere. Maybe it's in the, not in the stable, but in the bleeding edge of their code. Can I see that? Oh, is that what they mean? So said non-blocking would be with the stream. Yeah, it's just too messy. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna see if I can get away with doing this, and just see what it does. It might block inside of their library. Now that I think about it, it may or may not. Let's see what happens. See in the docs the util module. Why would I see in the docs the util module? Never used tungstenite? Yeah, we'll see if we can get away with it. I need to update these tools though because they all take that. Let's change that globally to standard sync arc. Proceed 1 word, 2 words, 3 words to the right and end it there. Okay. Oh, but now we're back to errors in common again. Oh, that's weird. This didn't have an error until I went to the concrete object and updated it. Now we're back to what I was afraid of. Can't borrow data in arc is mutable. Deref mute is required, but it's not implemented for arc. Well, maybe then it's a no-go. Maybe async we go then. Util helper traced ease non-blocking handling. Okay, so let's back out of the arc changes then. Yeah, back out of all these. I seriously have to keep pressing the button. I can't hold it down. Huh. Alright. Okay, that actually I want to keep these changes, right? Alright. Back to the tool being functional. Just doesn't work right. Did I make changes since I last checked in? I did. What did I do here? Oh, I moved the print line out. That is correct. We're not using can read because we can always read it. All right, so then stop using can read in scripts tool because it was not useful. Okay, so you said that I should be looking at the util module where? In tungstenite? So that's here. Ha. Huh. Those are just traits for the error and result stuff, though. I don't think I can use that. I could try this approach of using client. It's just that I have to construct my own stream and request. Okay, we have the request. So if I use client, then I'm just using a custom stream. And it says I could use one of these streams. What is it? Let me see what their default does. Source, please. Connect with config. With none for the WebSocket what's WebSocket config? What the heck is WebSocket config? Oh, that's if we want to, yeah, configure those options. That makes sense. Okay. So that's not what I care about. All right. It ends up with a stream here. Connect to some. Okay, they use TCP stream. Whose TCP stream is that? Standard net TCP stream. Okay. I don't know standard net TCP stream, but if I made one and set it non-blocking, maybe this would actually get this to work. TCP stream, right? Is there a way to make one and set it to be non-blocking? You would think that it would, because this is in the standard library. Set non-blocking. There we go. Yes. Okay. We can do this. I think all I need to do is do kind of what they do. Can't go back. Can. So if I call their client with config after I made a stream, and I have to, I guess I could use none for the config. Is that right? Right, because it's an option. Is it an option here? Yeah, it's still an option. So I can have a none. I just need to make a stream first. And the way they are using a stream is like this. So I have to get the address myself. Pretty low level TCP streams. Yeah, this is probably what I would probably use this TCP stream if I were to implement it myself, WebSockets myself, right? Because this is probably the lowest level. At that point, using Tokyo or async tungstenite with async syntax await features would probably be easier. I think all we need to do is make one of these and set it to be non-blocking. Let's see if we can do it. So, so I wouldn't need this write pending, would I? We're always just going to call read, and read would return that it might block, I think. Let's see. Let me... actually, there's no harm in doing that. I need to find out what the error is when it is non-blocking. Connection closed, already closed. It's probably an IO error. Apart from would block. Okay, so... that's interesting. Why is that in a repr? How would I match that? Why do they do that? Representation? And that's what? Simple? And there's probably a would block in here, right? There we go. I'll just handle all IO errors for now, and maybe print out what it was. Got this IO error doing other stuff. So that is, probably need to do a pretty print of that. And say error here. Okay, and then where we do connect, we want to do a client, and we need to do some of this stuff ourselves. Okay. Let me go back. Client is what we want, right? Because that just calls, yeah, that just calls that. So, okay. We need to make our own stream. And that was this connect to some, but it takes an address, so we have to make the address ourselves, which means we need to do this kind of stuff. I need to get the request URI. Do I need to set the port number myself? I guess I do. Do I even need a URI? I don't even think I need a URI. I just need an address. What's a URI for? I think it's just to make it pretty. I fundamentally just need to do TCP stream connect with an address. I don't know why they do this wrap stream though. What's this wrap stream? Wait, what? Oh, this is TLS. Shoot, I need to do this. Where are we now? It's not inside a public module, so I don't think I can actually access it. SSL stream? Yeah, they do this wrap stream. Where is it? By using a TLS. I mean, this looks very similar to what I've done in C++. I understand what they're getting at. They're trying to put a decorator around it. But yeah, I guess maybe I should just look up SSL stream. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. Let me update what the current task says. I don't think it's correct. Yeah, that's what we're actually doing right now. Trying to get our Rust WebSocket non-blocking. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Yeah. Today's objective is what the today command says. All right. So this said connect. It's just so easy using connect. If they had another parameter that said like, actually they do give me back, oh no, they give me the response. Can I get the underlying connection and set it to non-blocking mode after we've connected? Would that be possible? Get, It's too bad we can't get the underlying connection object. Just get config. What does that do? That gives me that stuff. I don't need the config. I thought that there was a method I saw. Maybe I'm just imagining it. With WebSocket. Oh, that's from raw socket. There's no get raw socket. Too bad. All right, never mind. Where am I? Where am I? Right here. Can't do that. Shoot. Was I not in this place? I guess not. Go back. Client. Look at that one. Okay. Ultimately, what does this return? It returns an auto stream. What is an auto stream? Sorry about the dog barking. Hold on a minute. I still have that overlay just in case the dog starts barking for some random reason. Sometimes I feel I should just end the stream now. Where's the puppy? Pet the puppy roar? There isn't one. Hey, they're stacking, by the way. I forgot to say hi. Hello. Oh, my dog. What is this auto stream? It's a stream switcher. Okay. What's a stream switcher? It's in their stream thing. Maybe I can find more information about that in their top level. Auto stream. It's a stream switcher. Problem is that their examples suck. I mean, let's face it, right? Where were their examples? I go to their source and look at their examples. They only have one client example, and they just use connect. They don't use client. So there's no example of actually using client with a custom connection. They have Autobahn client, but it also uses connect. So they don't actually have an example using their own API called client. So I don't know how to use it as a newbie. It's too bad. Makes me want to just write my own. Why not just use Tokyo? Because I didn't want to use Tokyo. And do it the proper way, async way instead of the low-level manual now blocking way. Because the low-level, if I could figure that out, it would just get me past this problem and I'd be done. And I wouldn't have to look at Tokyo, which I don't really want to do today. But I guess I can, although it's going to be a little frustrating. The fact is that they give me... Where is it? They give me this API client, but they don't say how to. They don't have an example of how to use it. It's almost what I want. I just want to. If I had a non-blocking stream that worked, it'd work. It says you can use it with one of these. I mean, I guess I could pull in the OpenSSL library or MIO library. I just don't know how to use them yet. And if I'm going to learn something new, which one do I care about learning right now? I don't know. Yeah, that's right. But actually, how does that work? Is it just... This stream... They don't even have... I can't even click on that. So I don't even... Is it just auto stream? Is that what it is? Oh, because it's generic. Yeah, but they don't constrain what stream can be. That's what I'm... Oh, no, they do. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. All right, I'm just dumb. Using WSS, think OpenSSL stream is going to be way harder to figure out. I don't know. But it would be useful to know. But useful to know that and the async stuff. I guess I'm avoiding async because I didn't like Tokyo. You want me to just tell you why I didn't like Tokyo? Tokyo Rust. I didn't like Tokyo because their documentation was incomplete. So I was following along. I'm like, oh, cool, following along. And I'm like, when are we going to get to the interesting stuff? I kept doing next up, next up, next up. And it says here in the next section, we'll look at a more involved example than our Hello World example. It takes everything we've learned so far into account. I'm like, great. Can't wait for the next example. So I'll go next up, network utilities. And I'm like, wait a minute. This section is not about Tokyo. How did I get here? I think what it is they're not done writing their own documentation. Okay, so that's one strike, right? They're not done writing their own documentation. Fine, I can wait, right? The other thing that I had a problem with was this thing, which they didn't really explain very well to me. This wasn't satisfying. It provides common boilerplate for setting the Tokyo runtime. And I'm like, wait a minute, there's two things wrong with that. What is this Tokyo runtime? And why do we need common boilerplate? Yeah, it didn't explain it. I didn't like that. I want to know, why do we need a runtime? Like, what am I getting myself into? And why do we need common boilerplate for it? So, yeah, that's 3 strikes against Tokyo from my point of view. Yeah, like, it rubbed me the wrong way that I got to their example. Was it here? And they say, for next up, they say in the next section we'll look at a more evolved example, and it simply doesn't exist. The next up isn't their example. It's like network utilities and SOCAT and then Telnet, and that's it. And I'm like, what the hell? Got left me hanging there with that sentence there. Yeah, so I just, Tokyo rubbed me the wrong way. And also, like, just not, it wasn't clear to me if this was the way to go. Because there's also what is it? Async standard, right? And it's like, okay, are these guys competing? They both claim to be async programming foundations and approachable. Open source library for asynchronous in Rust. So it's like, well, do I need to learn both of them? Just one? Are they competing with each other? I don't know. Then neither one explains the other. So I don't know. Rust doesn't have async runtime. You'd have to choose your own. If I have to choose my own, I'm just going to make my own. you know how I operate. I don't know. Maybe I should give async standard a chance, because the Tokyo, it just, yeah, I didn't like that. This was meant to, like, clickbait me into learning about it. And when I learn more and I get started, it's incomplete. Someone did that with a small routine? Oh, made their own? Tokyo is more mature. If it was mature, then they should actually have completed their getting started guide, wouldn't they? Come on, guys. Someone finished their manual. I guess I shouldn't complain too much, because even the Rust book is incomplete, right? If we do Rust async book, like I was showing this before, they're not done. You get to this select, and it's like, oh, great, let's go to the next section. Blah! It's to do. They have an entry that goes nowhere other than a CSS stripped version of their I mean, you guys go to it too. This section is 404. See that at the bottom? See down there where it says 404? You should not have this in a manual that you publish online. 404. Not cool, bro. So yeah, it goes to a 404 page, which doesn't even work. Come on. Rust in itself is immature? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Should I just go back to C++ then? Is the docs more comprehensive? I don't know. I don't know. My mom would tell me this whole thing is bleeding edge and I should wait until it's 1.0. Rust itself is 1.0, but apparently the async stuff is not. Although it's hard to tell because it doesn't have its own version number. And I'm guessing neither Tokyo nor async standard are 1.0 yet. I guess I can look. Let's just turn this one into a crates.io link. Async standard. Oh, no, that's 1 point something. Okay. And Tokyo? Bleh. 0.2. So maybe I go with async standard because it's past version 0. It got stable not long ago. Yeah. Maybe that's what I should do. So go with async standard. Async. So, tungstenite. Bleh. Version 0. But maybe we can go with that because it uses async standard, which is more mature than Tokyo. Judging by the documentation, their version number. How is their documentation? Oh, they got a to-do. They've got a to-do, but it actually goes somewhere. That's something. I believe the API is pretty much the same, if not identical. Not sure if the higher level libraries are the same. Okay. I think I'm gonna abandon the tungstenite library and go with async tungstenite, which so let me drop Tokyo for now. Maybe we'll come back to Tokyo one day. I mean, Tokyo is a nice place, right? Doc should be enough to figure out how well it works. So if we're going to go back all the way out of this, and I do async, go to that. Okay. This was their examples. Client. Which is pulling up a bunch of async standard stuff, which I don't know yet. So maybe before I do this, I need to go through the async standard getting started. So, yeah, I know what I want to do. I'm going to, for the meanwhile, learning Rust async standard. Going through their getting started pages. I'm going to do that, which shouldn't take more than half an hour, right? And then after a break, then I'll come back and try to use async tungstenite. Sound good? Hey there, Sir Skull Legend. All right, welcome to async standard. We don't need this section. This is high-level documentation for async standards, a way of learning async programming and Rust through it. As such, it focuses on this API. Great. They provide their own book, which is notoriously incomplete, which I already went through as much as they've written. So I'm good with that. Moving on. Okay, it's got supporting libraries. Async-rs. Okay. Is a library making your life in async programming easier? Provides fun. See, the making your life easier always makes me suspicious. What this tells me is that they're doing stuff for me that I don't know what they're doing. Makes me want to like do it myself and go the hard route, but I'll learn something. Anyway, fundamental implementations for your downstream libraries and applications alike. Sounds like a marketing person wrote this. What page were you to in the Tokyo docs? You had the wrong section. Do we really want to dig up Tokyo again? Sure. Okay. We'll dig up Tokyo. I was just going from one topic to the next, and so I got down. By the way, their topics don't mirror what their outline shows, because after Echo Server, they skip into. I guess they do. They go into topics, runtime. Yeah, this is the page I was on. I was literally on the runtime page. And it says next up, network utilities. But the text said, in the next section, we'll take a look at more involved example in our Hello World that takes everything we've learned into account. So I'm like, great. I'm ready for that next example. Where is it? Sorry, it's not about Tokyo anymore. What? To look at the getting started tutorial, go to the actual grown-up documentation. No, that's okay. Strike 3. When their website prominently has a getting started button, and that's not what you're supposed to do first, then there's something wrong, my friends. Okay, what I want to see, Silmeth, is I want to see under here, Silmeth says, don't press this button. Go to the actual grown-up documentation. Until they say that with your name there, then I'm gonna pass on Tokyo. It's fair enough. They should say, quote, Silmeth says, don't click that button there. Go here instead. Where would their grown-up documentation actually be? These all go to overview. Which is this? Isn't this the same thing? Yeah, it's the same damn thing. Are you talking about the API documentation? Yeah, I need to hydrate. Over an hour ago, man actually asked me to hydrate and I didn't. And then Master Agent Miyazaki just asked me to hydrate. Will do. It'll cool me down a little bit. So, the grown-up documentation. Is this what you mean? Yeah, this is where I am. Yep. Okay. I'm right now frustrated with just Tokyo's, like, really absurd website. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until I cool down and look at that later. But right now, I am much more happy looking at the async standard stuff. So I'm going to continue looking at that. So, and also it matches the async tungstenite library, which one thing I read yesterday said that a lot of people still use that. So, not saying that I hate Tokyo or I'm closing the door on it. It's more like Tokyo is like the friend of a friend who just said something annoying to me, and I'm like, I can't listen to this guy. He's probably a really nice guy, but I just can't listen to him right now. API gives no real explanation on what the main macro actually does. There you go. All right. It provides an interface to all important primitives, file system, network, concurrency, like timers. It exposes a task in a model similar to thread. Yeah, I saw that in the tungstenite example, but it does not only include IO primitives, but also async await compatible versions like mutex. Oh, you can make an async compatible version of mutex. Got it. All right. You look it wrong. Tokyo runtime index. Okay. Rust has 2 types. Does that mean I have the wrong link here? Okay. I don't know if that was meant for me or someone else, but I will have both links now. They look the same except for this is the top level and this is runtime index. Okay, there's 2 kinds of types called future. The first is in the standard library. The second is in the futures RS crate. Great. So they can't decide which one's better? That's okay, Fatatas. I grabbed the link just in case it helps. This is, okay, already a red flag. Why do they have 2 things called future? Can't they decide which one is right? Okay, it's the original implementation. To enable that syntax, it was moved into the standard library, and it could be seen as a minimal subset, okay? It's critical to understand the difference. Great, I would love to understand the difference. In itself, future is not something you want to interact with except for calling await. The inner workings are mostly of interest to people implementing future. Make no mistake, you know, this sounds familiar. Did I read this last night? I think I did. That's okay. I'll just skim through it right now. Most of the functionality that used to be defined in features has been moved to an extension trait called futures ext. Might be able to do further. What is up with the names in Rust? Why are they so pathetic? Features were first implemented in a crate, then moved into the standard library. It just extends. Yeah, but, okay, I just don't like the ext. Microsoft did the same thing and it annoyed me too. They would put a 2 at the end. Oh, this is version 2 of the thing. I unknown 2. In the same tradition as futures, it re-exports the core future type. You can opt into extensions by importing futures ext. Okay, we don't need to rely on the futures library interface. Great. I like these words. Stable, reliable, at the level of the standard library. These are all good things. Okay, so there are conveniences, but we don't need them. I got it. All right. It follows Semver. Why do they say that? Anyway. A trait that adds new functions to a type. Okay. Uses its own implementations of the following concepts: read, write, seek, buff, stream, and Buff, read, and stream. What? Oh, okay. Moving on. Being hard? We don't think that this is the case. So they're saying that reputation was not earned right. Okay, now someone's mowing the lawn across the street, and I'm tempted to go close the window. Something people are not used to. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to go close that window. Hold on. All right, close the window. Don't have to hear that lawnmower now. Features have nothing to do. Part of the executor. The task module provides you with an interface to such an executor. Let's start with a little bit of motivation. I love it. Let's get motivated. Notable point about Rust is fearless concurrency. They even have a link to the book for it. No, it's a blog entry. Where does that go? Okay, that's okay. Why does it open in the same window? I don't like it when sites do that. Okay. What does that mean? This means we must abstract over the strategy to allow choice later. Okay. Yeah. Like that's what generics are all about. Features abstract over computation. They describe the what independent of where and when. I got that from learning about from the Rust async book, of what was there of that book. Send abstracts over passing data in a computation to another concurrent computation, losing access to it. And so it has to do with like giving it to someone else. Sync is about sharing. Got it. Okay. Yeah, they're avoiding using thread because they want to be more abstract. I understand. Send and sync are about data, but programs are not only about data, they also talk about computing that data. That's what features do. Got it. Why is this a motivation? Anyway. Here is a simple function. I think I know where they're going. They're going to say turn it into a future. Right? Yeah, they already covered this in the Rust async book. I already know this stuff. Yeah, they have async. So it returns a future, which you could wait on. Yeah, I know this. Future output equals, yeah, I know that. What does it do? It runs it and then or it polls it, right? The code will wait until well, it's not that it waits, it polls it, right? Wait, what? It acts as a marker because it turns it into the state of the object that the future represents. Yeah. That's how it returns to it later. Yep. Okay, so the ability to produce, yep. Okay. Tasks. This is something I don't know. Simplest ways to use the block on function. I think I've seen this one before. This just basically says go do that thing. Oh, wait, with task spawn. Okay. Ask the runtime baked into async standard to execute the code that reads a file. Okay, right, because this is a similar concept to Python where main isn't itself async. I know it is in Tokyo because of the silly overhead that they do, but this is more traditional, right? The main is not asynchronous. To make something asynchronous from that, you have to have an executor, and that's what this task is. And this one just says, just steal my thread to do it. I understand this. Okay. It doesn't start running in a task. It just makes it available to run, doesn't it? Yeah, you need something that starts running them. So that's what the tasks... Oh, it's just the bookkeeping... Right, the future itself. Okay. Wait a minute. Maybe additional bookkeeping required? Well, it's... I thought that was baked into the future itself. Am I wrong? Thread is a bad word. Is it easily confused with CPU core? I suppose. I always think of it as just a context. Like a execution context with the stack and all that. The task is similar to a thread with minor differences. It can be scheduled by a program instead of the operating system. When it counters a point, it needs to wait. Then we have to wake it up ourselves. Yes, with poll, right? Have a name and an ID just like a thread? Really? Okay. Does it continue running in the background? Oh, wait. That's because the, you're right. Okay. I misunderstood something. This doesn't just get a future. That's getting the future, right? This is taking that future and then actually executing it. This is just synchronizing with that execution. All right. I didn't understand that at first. Now I got it. So it does happen in the background. Allocated in this thing. All tasks have a back channel. They carry useful metadata. They support task local storage. Okay. Assumed to run concurrently. Okay. Never do this. Why? Hold on. Let me back up. Sharing a thread. This means that operations blocking an operating system thread, such as sleep or an IO function, will stop all tasks on that thread. So we basically don't want to block in a task. It makes sense. Errors and panics. Right, so we want to... That would only work if we don't want to panic, we have an option, right? Yeah. What does it actually do? We get a... Wait, hold on. Back up. It propagates panics to the blocking component. Okay. So if we didn't block on, the panic will just be held in the state of the task, and it waits until we synchronize with it, I guess? Okay. Comes with the useful task type. Yeah, got it. Oh, hold on. Back. That's where streams come in. Uh-oh. This is to do? Wait, that's disjointed. That's where streams come in. The segue is talk about streams now. But, uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. To do? Not like this. A to do in the middle of the docks. Oh no. It actually, we're in the same boat as Tokyo then. And then I noticed, because I thought, yeah, I saw this and like that isn't to do. That actually is in there. Weird. Okay, so is there something that's not to do? So they're not going to explain streams, or an async read write seems to just be thrown in there for whatever reason. All right. Yeah, well, I just have to be patient, I guess. All right, well, we're getting some strikes on async standard too. It's like, what am I going to do? It's just not mature enough for me to write stuff in reliably. I guess we just struggle like the rest of the bleeding edge adopters. Could you guys not make so much noise? I gotta yell at my kids sometimes. Running up the stairs, making loud noises. You know, maybe I have enough of an idea that I can put this off to the side and look at async tungsten. Right. I have no idea what unbounded means. I don't know what this means. Learn more from the examples. Yeah, but when I look at the examples and I reach that, I'm like, I have no idea what that means. Futures, channel, multi-producer, single consumer, unbounded. I guess I could click on it. I could look at unbounded. Would that show up here? Not exactly. Probably. Let me get my window straight here. This is probably in what, async standard? Probably has its own documentation. Let me guess. I can get to that from here, right? Unbounded. Nope. See top level namespace. Are you saying that it's inside of async tungstenite? Right here. Wait a minute. Futures. Not an async tungstenite. No, in futures. There's a futures crate, you're saying. Okay. Futures. All right. Yet another crate. So we have 3 crates today. Cool. Creates an unbounded multi-producer single. See, I don't like that terseness. Why can't they write the words multi-producer single consumer? Why do they have to abbreviate it and then not even capitalize it? Bugs me. Do they at least spell it out in the name of this class? Yes, okay, they at least do that. All right. It's not so bad. Yeah, I've been searching. I've been kind of ignoring you guys' links when I see that they're what I'm already looking at. Like that was literally what I was already on. So, but thank you. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need links. The links would help other people in chat though, so maybe it's fine to have links in chat. Kind of long. Yeah, but I don't mind long names. You know me. The thing is, like, when I learned how to do writing in high school, they taught us that when you have an initialism, you should spell it out the first time. Then you can use it within one document. I guess you can consider this as a chapter of a larger document. So I can kind of give them a pass because, like, if this is the beginning of it, not that one. If this is the beginning of the document, how come it's going to the wrong place? Yeah, anyway, this is the beginning of the document. They did spell it out here, so maybe it's okay. Yeah. I think that that's either just sloppy or it's over terseness. Anyway, I'm just critiquing when I don't need to. Ascend will always succeed as long as our CFF has not been closed. So what's different between this and the one in the standard library? I could make a PR to revise it, yeah. Is this going to explain to me? Oh, similar to the standard library. Okay, you know what they should describe here? They should tell me why we're not, why this would be used and not the one in the standard library. Returns futures. It shouldn't have the same name then, should it? Shouldn't it? I guess you, well, okay, you consider the whole thing the name, then okay. Yeah, all right. I get it. This is a multi-producer single consumer of futures. Probably because it takes a future, right? What's the bound on T? Is there one? I don't see anything about futures here. But maybe it has to do with this trisend error. No, that's bound to trisend. What does this have to do with futures? I guess it has this poll ready? Yeah, I don't know. I have a little bit of an issue with the fact that there are two things called MPSC, and it's not immediately clear to me why you'd use this one with futures. It wants to be an async mirror, but why mirror things that already work? If we already have a multi-producer single consumer, which is already thread safe, then why do we need one here in futures? And shouldn't they explain that here? I think I just need to take a break. I'm getting really irritated. Rust is getting irritating to me right now. I'm going to take a break and cool off and come back at this after 3 or 4 minutes. Starting a break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Standard 1 is blocking. Okay, I can accept that. Hey there, Greyjack. Also, hello to Bare Knuckle Waffle. And Red Sky 1. Do I need a drink? Actually, I need to probably get more water. I forgot to get that. Cheers, 715-209. They really consider outsiders and beginners' points of view. If you make an issue, you can tell them how to make things more clear for people that are new. Okay, so maybe I should go onto their forum and say, hey, I have these issues with your documentation. Should I get my... they don't quite fit me perfectly. They're like a little bit askew, don't you think? Hey there, lazy guru. I'm trying to understand asynchronous Rust right now. So I'm actually done going through the getting started pages. And do you know why I'm done with the getting started pages? Because I was on the getting started pages and I got to this page. To do. And I'm like, okay, I guess we've reached the end of the documentation. It was really good up to this point. It was really good up to 2.2, and then 2.3 and 2.4 are actually empty, and then it's just going into a tutorial, and I'm like, I kind of lost interest. When I saw that all of a sudden, I'm like, So what I'm trying to do is get a program working in Rust. How do I describe this? There are two things that the program has to be doing, and it all leads back to the common part here. After we've connected to my game server and sent a message to authenticate, then we're sitting in a loop and we are... okay, I just need to simplify this. We're writing anything that is in our queue to write, and then we're going to read the next message from the server and handle it. The problem with this WebSocket implementation is this read message, not only does it block, but there's no way to tell if it's going to block or not. And so we get stuck here. Whereas I would like to be independently doing other stuff. In this case, the other stuff goes into scripts, other stuff here, where we are seeing if there is a file system watcher event, because while we were waiting for the server to send us messages, I might have, as a user, created, written to, renamed, or removed a local file, in which case, for example, a file being written will cause me to want to read the script in, see if it actually changed, and if so, mark that it's changed, which is going to trigger uploading the script to the game. So there are a couple of problems here, right? Problem number one was what back in common, the read message blocks. So to solve that, I was looking into how do we find an alternative WebSocket implementation that is non-blocking. So there are basically two paths we can take. We can either do non-blocking I/O synchronously, which is how I like to do things in C++ anyway at the low level, or we can use the asynchronous Rust equivalent of a WebSocket, which there's like two different versions out there. One based on TOKIO, Tokyo, and the other one async standard, which is what we're looking at. The other problem I'm going to have also is that while this is reading from the WebSocket, this one has to be send message, ends up doing a write message to the same WebSocket. So whatever the case, we have to be sharing the WebSocket between two things, and they both need to happen almost simultaneously. So it needs to be like thread safe and shared. You can always implement SSL handshake yourself. Yeah, I actually did that in C++. I just didn't feel like going down into that path. I felt like it would be better to just look at the asynchronous Rust. So that's what I've been doing. So we learned enough to not get frustrated at their lack of documentation. So the next step, I think we're going to say right now, is we are learning how Rust's async tungstenite library, which is asynchronous WebSockets. We're just learning that, and it doesn't belong to Rust. learning the Rust async tungstenite library, asynchronous WebSockets. Because if we can make it asynchronous, then we can actually do the other stuff while we're waiting for the server to send us a message. All right, and then they have an example here I was following here on how it can be done with async tungstenite. Very polite Cold War between Tokyo and async standard. So at some point, am I going to be approached by agents of Tokyo and async standard and recruited to one side or the other? After dabbling with the examples and watching, you got used to it. See, but maybe what it's going to take is the people who get frustrated at the docs and tutorials, but then learn how to do it by dabbling. Maybe we're supposed to go back and update and contribute back to those documentations and fill them in. Maybe that's what we got to do. Because it doesn't look like anyone else is doing it, right? Actually, I guess we can check. The document will have a version in source control, right? Where was that? Yeah, here. Can I just go to that in source control and see when's the last time this document was updated? This is in docs, right? Is that where it lives? Docs? Source? Which page were we on exactly? There's introduction, there's async concepts. Okay, let's see if I can find this. Too bad it doesn't link me to the exact page. Concepts? Yeah, here we go. Streams, right? 11 months ago. So it hasn't been touched in 11 months. So that means during that entire time, 8 to 10 months, a whole bunch of people have figured it out through examples, and not one of them has bothered to go and contribute back to that. So maybe someone needs to do that. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I need to figure out how this stuff works and go back and do a pull request to actually fill this damn document in, because right now it's totally empty. That's okay, 715-209. Yeah, it's been 8 months, and no one has filled that in. That's a shame. For anyone new looking at this, and they encounter that as the documentation, it's just terrible. Talks about Tokyo handles blocking test 2, also what you were interested in. There's a video about it? Okay. Yeah, I think as a community we should go back and fill this in. Maybe I almost kind of want to do that. I don't know enough yet. The what and how of futures? I'll definitely watch that later. Oh, by the way, I watched this other video. Where was it? How come what's going on with my keyboard? That was weird. It was like from a couple days ago. Trying to find it. Past there. Maybe it was yesterday. No, that's today. This one from DHG Hummin. I watched this Lifetimes video. It was great for a beginner video, but it didn't cover anything I didn't already know. But sure, I can repost it. If you have no idea what lifetimes are in Rust and you want a beginner's intro, this is a pretty decent video. I thought it was a bit slow, so I ran it at 2x speed. But yeah, it covers all the basics. Yeah, so where am I going? I'm going back to this code. So this is an example of using the async tungstenite. And I kind of got tripped up by that because I didn't know what it was. But now I know that it's a version of the multi-producer single consumer channel that works with futures because it's non-blocking. You have a note about that video already? It starts at the beginnings too. Well, yeah, I know I have a note for it. It's right here. It's this note. Oh, I have a note about... You're saying I have a note about MPSC? Or maybe I'm confused. I'm confused, maybe. So, this is getting a channel that they use. This has nothing to do with the WebSocket per se. That's just how their example is set up, right? About the Futures YouTube video. Oh. You're saying I already had a link to that one? To 93KR? Another link to that one? Wait, hold on. I'm confused. 2 days ago. There's another link to it? 395? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know. Made a note about the video in async futures. 12:53 here? That's the 5 to 6 hour long one. Is that how long this other one was? That one's 4 hours, 10 minutes. Okay, so it's the same video. This is, whoop, I'm a caps lock guy. This is the same video mentioned by Silmeth a couple days ago. Okay, so Silmeth, you're the one who said it. So it is the same video? This is the same video Silmeth mentioned a couple days ago. 2 streams ago. Alright, so I'll definitely have to remember it. Okay, I'll have to remember to watch that one. I'm going to need 4 hours, unless I watch it at 2x speed, I'm going to need a 4-hour block to watch it. I guess I could split it up into hour chunks or something. Alright, task, we're spawning a task asynchronously to handle the transmit side of this. Right, and the way it works is when you type anything into the terminal, it will take that, truncate it to fit the number of characters you typed. Oh, because it's reusing a buffer, I see. And then packaging that as a binary message to the WebSocket and send, so it doesn't send it to the WebSocket, it's sending it to a channel, which presumably we're going to connect to the WebSocket at some point. Let me find that. So connect async. This is why I don't like to use the use, because that looked to me like a local function call, but really it's going to the async tungstenite library. Anyway, the address we're getting from the command line, that's fine. So, oh wait, so it's going to purposefully complete that future first, and then bail out if it couldn't connect. Then we're taking that and splitting into the reader and the writer half. I envision my code will do the same thing, right? And give the writer part to the tool and the reader part it holds on to, right? So this is the receiver end of that channel. Map OK. What does that do? What does map OK do? Wait, what? What does map OK do? I can't read that. Yeah, but it's a method of I guess I should just look up that unbounded thing again, right? Where was that? It wasn't here. It was in futures. And that had unbounded, which is a unbounded receiver. And with that unbounded receiver, we're calling map. So what does that mean? It's some trait of the receiver, right? Unless it's wrapped. No, it's not wrapped. What is map doing here? Is it one of these traits? It's type ID. Stream ext? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it confuses me because I know map from option and result. I didn't know it was in stream ext too. Thank you, Silmith. Maps this stream's items to a different type, returning a new stream of... Okay, so it's turning... Why did I just do Alt-Tab? It's... Wait, I should not... I should look at this more carefully here. Zoom that in a little bit. Also, I can use more of the screen. So it's the concept is we're mapping something to something else. I get it. So we're mapping an F in... No, we're mapping a... We're mapping the item type to a new type T. And F is the constraint for the function. It has to be... Well, it can be any kind of closure or function, basically, right? That... Oh no, it's... That means it's the least constraining, right? It can be any kind of closure or function that accepts an item and yields the new type. So this new type is okay, which is... why do I keep alt-tabbing? That's from... That's the enum... That's the enum okay, right? Okay, which is... That. Exactly. You can map it to a variant? That still looks funny to me. Map okay. It's the middle constraint. It might mutate, but it cannot be once. Oh, once is the least restraining, because we're only going to call it once. Mute is you can call it more than once, and not mute means you can call it more than once and it doesn't change its state, right? Okay, got it. Thank you for that, Silmith. It maps the values in the stream and gives you a stream over the new... Yeah, but what's the new type? The new type is just... I don't get it. I just don't get it. They have no comment here to explain what they're doing. What do they do with it? They're pinning it to... Oh, it's a future. Because they're calling forward. Forward. I'm going to have to pause for a moment to yell at my kids again. They're making a ton of noise upstairs. Okay, yeah, this is a stumbling block for me. I don't know what that does. Because standard RX is an unbounded receiver, right? And this is an extension of stream extension where you can map the stream's items to a different type, returning a stream of so the type is a stream of OKs? Is that what it's saying? It's a stream of OKs. All right. But OK is an enum value, isn't it? Or is this taking oh, it's taking a function. Oh. So each item needs to be a value in a result. And it's just wrapping it as an... Oh, okay. So it's wrapping it as a result. It's wrapping it as a result, right? This maps... This wraps everything in the stream into be a result with OK. It's an OK whatever. Yes. So what Kamandi said, it maps a stream of T's to a stream of result T's. Thank you, Kamandi. Did someone else tell me that too? I think Silmith said it too. Okay, Ryan was understanding. See, yeah, I can't just, like, it's not enough for you guys to tell me the answer. I have to understand the answer, like, deep inside for me to, like, grasp what's going on. If I stop grasping what's going on, it's like, I don't know what this does. Forward just connects two streams. Okay, yeah, I'm going to get there. So I understand what this is. It is they gave the name for me, unbounded receiver. So it's just a receiver of things. Actually, it wasn't even specific what we haven't even bounded what a stream of what's, right? But whatever it is, we are going to make it a stream of results of things, and it's always going to be okays. And then I need to see what forward does. So that's probably going to be described here, right? Forward. Let me guess. It's another string extension. I could just search for forward. There it is. It is a stream extension, forward. A feature that completes after the given stream has been fully processed into the sink and the sink has been flushed and closed. Okay. This feature will drive the stream to keep producing items until it's exhausted, sending each item into the sink. It will complete once the stream is exhausted. The sink has received and flushed all items, and the sink is closed. Note that neither the original stream nor the provided sink will be output by this feature. Okay, so it takes a sink and then just sends everything to that sink. Okay, I got it. So this write has to be has to be a sink. So what is that write? Oh, yeah, that's the writer of the WebSocket. So it's taking everything that we receive from standard input. Why does it need to be wrapped into an option, though, before forwarded to the stream? Does that mean that this thing, the writer takes options? I mean, takes results, not strings? Fundamentally, it's strings, right? Well, oh, hold on. What is it exactly? Standard in RX. It's one end. I should look at them more carefully. What is this unbounded? Unbounded. It's a generic. So what is the actual type of it? It's got to be inferred from something. I guess it's message, right? It's got to be message. And message comes from, oh, okay, so that's why. That message probably is a result of some kind. So if I look in their documentation for message, it's probably a result object, right? Am I looking at the wrong place? Oh, does async tungstenite use tungstenite? So I need to have that manual also? All right. Pull that next to async tungstenite. Message. Go to the latest version, sure. Message. Okay. Then I don't quite get it then. The type of the thing is a tungstenite message. Then why are we having to do that again? I don't get it. Wouldn't the type of standard in RX be an unbounded receiver of message? I guess I should look at split. Maybe this will make more sense if I look at split. Okay, I'm in the wrong one. Let's move that there. Split. Really? Is it not gonna give me any help here? Look at the connect function. Yeah, I'll do that. Connect. Connect. What? Oh, it's connect async. This one. Web socket stream, which then this will have the split on it, right? Wait, what? Oh, okay, I'm lost. Connect async returns as a stream, and they can call split on it somehow. Is that one of those trait things that I don't know? Oh no. It's a it's a tuple. Oh no, that's the tuple. So the first thing in this tuple is a WebSocket stream connect stream, and somehow they're able to call split on it. Let me guess, it's something in future? Or standard async? Split? This may or may not be related. What is this? This is a struct, so no. I don't know. Split? It's probably one of the traits that thing has. WebSocket stream, right? What traits does it do? It does debug, it does sync, it does stream. Send, sync, unpin. I don't know, any guesses? Maybe stream? Stream ext? Yeah, could be. Where's stream ext? Here. Not sync ext. This is so hard for me to learn how to navigate. Oh, there's stream ext. How did I get there? What did I click on? I clicked on... That's weird. I'm so confused. Okay, here it is, right? Why is it twice? What the heck? What's different? I don't know. And they're not even sorted alphabetically. They're split. Okay. Jeez. Okay, so split is a trait of stream ext, which splits it into separate sync and stream. Oh, I can read more about it. Oh, it's futures util. I was just searching futures and I couldn't find it, but there's a futures util. Blank imitation are kind of automatic. Could always run the example and check. Yeah. Just getting tired. I'm getting tired. Too many crates. How many crates am I dealing with? I'm dealing with 1, 2, 3. That's the same one. 3, 4. And I need to open this in a different window too. 5. There are 5 crates I'm dealing with. Split. See, this is what's irritating. It can't find it because I have to actually know that it's in stream extension. And now it's in the documentation. Now I can find split. How annoying is that? It doesn't appear here. You just have to know that it's in the stream ext trait. You can't search for it. Can't tell you how frustrating that is. Like, I should be able to search for split. It should tell me about it somewhere. I shouldn't have to know that it's buried inside of the undocumented items for stream ext. I'm sorry. It should just... I should be able to search for it. And it should sort them alphabetically. There's just no reason why you wouldn't want to sort these alphabetically. Okay, I'm done bitching. I want to read more by opening in a new tab. Now we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates that we're looking at today. Where's my example code? I can move that to all the way to the left. All the way to the left. I don't need the async book. Go away. All right. Put those crate in your project into a cargo dock open. Yeah, my viewers, you guys have been recommending I do that for a while, and I haven't done it yet. I'll probably do that, and I'll realize the error of my ways trying to just navigate the crates through crates.io. Futures ecosystem is kind of messy now. You use futures util to get some types that are supposedly in futures. Yeah. Okay, so I know what we're getting with split then, right? We're getting a split sync. The right is a split sync. I still don't get why we have to wrap the items in the stream with a result. I don't get that. Maybe I just move on and not get stuck on this one, like why they have to wrap everything into a result with OK. And just move on, I guess? So WebSocket standard out is... And this is where we... for each is something we can do on a source, I take it. What? I have to find it again? Really? So frustrating. Split sync. I went the wrong way. Now I gotta find it again. I'm just gonna go nuts. Can you just like bookmark? Can I bookmark here? Can I book? I can't bookmark. I want the split stream. Okay, and then I'm comparing that to for each. What does for each do with a split stream? What are the chances I can find it under methods? Very low. Let me guess. It's a stream extension. Maybe not. I have no idea where for each is. Let me guess it's stream. Poll next size. Nope. Would it be... It's probably not tri-stream, right? Okay. I have no idea. I bet you this won't help, right? For each. Oh no, it did. Oh, look at that. Oh, because I'm in futures util. All right. Oh, I was looking in the wrong place anyway, right? Oh, no. Still confused. WebSocket stream has its own stream impl type result. Oh, did I miss that? I must have missed that, Silmuth. I don't want to be in futures util in this window anyway. I want to be in tungstenite. Okay, so you're saying WebSocket stream. Where does it report its stream type? Async read, async write, and unpin. And its stream implementation, I'm guessing, would be async write. Which now we're in async IO. Yet another crate. I don't think this is right. Where do we see its stream implementation? Impulse stream. Oh. I see what you're saying. Its implementation of stream. Right. That's why. Thank you, Silmuth. Why do they wrap their messages in results? probably because when you try to read and write, you could get an error. I'm being rated by EctonDev. EctonDev, how was your stream? I didn't even really think that you streamed. Probably for a historical reason. I think it's because when you read a WebSocket, you can get an error. Yeah, WebSocket error. Thank you again for the raid, Ecton. How are you doing today? I'm really struggling with Rust, asynchronous Rust, and really getting frustrated at their horrible documentation. Also, hello, Hired Guns. Mr. Halsey's here too. Hello, Mr. Halsey. Also, I forgot to say hi to a few people. Username OP. I forgot to say hi to you. And first correct, I forgot to say hi to you as well. Earlier version of Futures always had a value type and an error. The API changed since, but I guess they implemented it with the earlier one. Yeah, so I'm just finding out that this is the reason why we have that in async tongues tonight. Find some of the docs confusing too, but I think you mostly get it now. Yeah, so this is why, now that we get it, we should all be going back to this. And where did I show that? Was it concepts? Yeah. These these are actually linked to from the Getting Started guide in Async Standard, and they are still empty. If this wasn't empty, it might have taught me all that I needed to know, rather than me stumbling around in the literal darkness, not the literal, the figurative darkness of the crate documentation. You actually have new toys. Today's stream helped you hit affiliate. Oh, congrats, EctonDev. Why did I see the word toys? You have new news. Why did I see the word news as toys? Is that because the word after news was today? Okay, anyway, you have new news. Got it. Yeah, today's probably. All right. My kids are getting a little loose about trying to keep the noise down when I'm streaming. I feel like I should yell at them again. Walking by and yelling. All right. Oh, hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. All right. Anyway, I just closed that by accident. I need to get that back. Please, please. How do I get that back with Chrome again? History? Recently closed. Is that the one I just closed? Yes. Yeah, there we go. Got it back. All right. So I learned that the reason why they take this stream and map it through OK is because the type of the item in the stream is actually a result holding a message possibly or an error. So they are basically saying we never get an error here. And then forwarding it to the WebSocket, because the WebSocket requires our messages to be wrapped in a result. Got it. They should have a comment here saying, would you like to know the reason why we have to map all of our items to a result? It's because that our WebSocket requires results for every item. Should let your dog out. It lets you grace with a present on the living room. Yeah, you don't want that present. No. You say, doggy, no thank you. Don't need that present in the house. And your stream partly to let out your dog going to do that. Okay. Thank you again for the raid, EctonDev. Glad that you hit affiliate. I need to follow you. There, following you. Everybody follow and check out EctonDev's stream. If you didn't already arrive here from EctonDev's stream, I'm going to check out EctonDev the next time they stream. All right, I'm trying to understand this example. This is an example of how to use async tungstenite, a library in Rust for connecting to a server via WebSocket asynchronously. And the key difference between this and the tungstenite library that I've been using is that we can split the WebSocket between two streams, reader and writer, and that they work with features. So we can use it with async asynchronous tasks and all that good stuff, which is what I need it for right now. Yeah, I know EctinDev is from the Rust community. So are Mr. Halsey and Musean, who was here yesterday. That's why I have in the Rust command. Maybe I need to update the Rust command. It's already kind of a long command, but if we updated it at EctinDev, maybe I just shorten the beginning part and say, here are some other streamers who do Rust. Mr. Halsey, EctinDev, Musean. Should be able to click a name and hit follow. Why isn't that a thing? I can do that. I just click the name and I hit follow. Now it's an unfollow. You're just using the wrong chat client. You need to be using Yada. If you were using Yada, you could click someone's name and then click follow. Free advertising for Hideo. All right. Webs. Yeah. The only problem I have with Musean stream is he's so focused on his work. Sometimes it takes like a half an hour before he sees my message. But if I'm just there to chill and hang out, I'll post a question there, wait a half an hour for him to respond, and it's fine. Yeah, I get too used to streamers who, like, you know, get the immediate feedback. With some streams like Museans, you can't expect that. He just will continue working and he'll get back to you. It just might take a while. I don't even know. Does at work? Sometimes it just doesn't. Sometimes streamers just like get laser focused on their work, and that's fine. You just have to know that going in. All right. If I understand this example well enough, I can actually try to use it, but I don't think I'm quite there. It's this for each that I was on next, right? That we were looking at as it's something in the stream extension again, right? The documentation is horrible. We have to know it's in stream extension, and then we have to look for it here, which is not alphabetically sorted. For each. There it is. Naturally, it's between take until and take. Of course we would find for each and for each concurrent there. It only makes sense, alphabetically speaking. Did you know that for each comes after take until, but before take, alphabetically? Anyway, I'm being too bitter, aren't I? Run this. Oh, right. I was here and I hit the click more and it took me somewhere else. Let me open that in a new tab to see where it takes me. It takes me to futures util. So it's just kind of like split. So it runs the stream to completion, executing the provided asynchronous closure for each element on the stream. Okay, that actually makes sense to me, based off of the name for each. It'll be called for each item the stream produces, yielding a future. That future will then be executed to completion. Before moving on to the next, that's only makes sense. Okay, I get it. Easy. So this says, take this stream and drive it to completion because it is, because for each knows how to do that. And to drive it to completion is basically you block on... It essentially does block, right? Well, let me think about this. See if I understand this correctly. This blocks, right? Or is for each a future? I think it is asynchronous, right? For each is a future. Yeah, this documentation is very hard for me to look at. It only becomes blocking because we ultimately have an await somewhere, right? Actually, we don't have an await, so it must block. Maybe it's implied by the fact that they say that it runs it to completion, and they use the word executing, which implies that it's going to wait for it to be executed, right? Or do the execution itself. So it's a synchronous call. I wish they would say that. This synchronously drives the stream to completion. It's a future assigned to a variable. Which one's a feature? This for each is not a feature. It's a function on the stream. Inherited through the trait stream extension that's going to take this asynchronous closure and call it on every message that we receive from the stream. And it's going to drive it to completion. Means it's going to block until we're done with the stream, right? Oh, wait, no, it's not. That is a feature that we're selecting. I'm wrong. So you were right. It is a feature. Yeah, it's a feature. You were right the first time, Ty. Let me give you a point. That's your first point here? Another point for you. And hello, by the way. You are correct. It's just hard for me to see that in the documentation. I guess we just have to assume for each is a feature. Because we're ending up giving it to feature select. Did they actually say that? If I read them more, right? The return value is a feature. Okay, got it. Where the output type is empty, it's executed entirely for its side effects. Yes. Got it. So Ty was right. This is a feature, but it's this feature that has no result. It's only run for the side effect, which is to call the closure you give it for every item. And that's important because we need to be able to do both reading and writing at the same time. And this is where all the magic happens. Basically, we construct two features. One is this standard into WebSockets, and the other one is WebSockets is standard out, and we're doing them both simultaneously and waiting for them both to... No, this is waiting for either one to finish, right? If we wanted to wait for both, it would be not select, but something else. Join, I think, right? Maybe join if we're waiting for both to be driven to completion. Anyway, I think I know enough where I can try to shoot myself in the foot, or try to avoid shooting myself in the foot. Select waits for both. I thought select waited for one or the other. That was something I was reading in the Rust async book. I'm gonna have to do Bing again because I don't have a link for this one. Should probably make one. Although this one, it's incomplete. Select. It runs multiple features simultaneously, allowing the user to respond as soon as any feature completes. So it's the first one to complete will return. And I believe that join was if you want all of them. Join, right? The join macro makes it possible to wait for them to complete while executing them all. It says... where did it say exactly? Where do they say that specifically? That it waits for both, for all of them. It just says wait for multiple. Oh, wait for multiple to complete. There's where they say it. I'm just not reading it very well. Block on is to wait for one. Join is to wait for multiple, and that's a macro, right? And select is to wait for one of, I think. Allowing the user to respond as soon as any feature completes. So it's any. Yeah. Okay. I'm repeating it to myself. It's rubber ducking, and it's also do I have a? I made a. What was the command it called again? Rubber duck? Okay, I forget. Now that's going to bother me until I look it up. What's my bot command for rubber ducking? Was it duck? Did I not make one and I thought I did? I guess I didn't make a command. Huh. I'll have to make one. Let's make one. That's because I thought I had one. Rubber ducking. And the definition talks about debugging code, but I use it when I'm talking about programming in general. explaining a problem to the someone else being you guys, in order to teach me. Well, hold on. I lost my train of thought. Right. Debug the code. For me, I substitute learn an API or learn a technique or learn a programming language by forcing myself to explain it to a duck. But, you know, no offense, you guys aren't ducks, but I'm substituting to the chat. Yeah. So we're kind of taking this concept and kind of warping it a little bit. So what am I going to say about this? Duck Ramu explains step by step what he's doing, because it helps him make sure he understands it himself, as well as let's wrap this, as well as helping others understand. It's similar to rubber ducking, and then we'll have a link to the Wikipedia page. And I need to say add that. And there should be no N in front. There we go. And let me test the command. Ramu explains step by step what he's doing because it helps him make sure he understands it himself, as well as helping others understand. It's similar to rubber ducking. There we go. I got it. Didn't know that your method of study has a name. So do you do the same thing? You kind of explain out loud, or maybe in your head, you put it into words what things do. It helps me make sure, if I can't explain it, then obviously I don't understand it well enough. That's my idea. If I can explain it, and then I can verify that my explanation is correct, then I've done the full round trip of absorbing the information and being able to regurgitate it correctly. And then I try to form new thoughts based on that, and that's where I really know I understand something, is not only can I repeat the information, but I can kind of apply it to other things. Anyway, I guess I'll leave that tab open. I'm going to try to apply this now. Tend to understand things better if you can explain them to someone else. Yeah, there you go. That's the same concept. I want to drop tungstenite and pick up async tungstenite. Is that the name of the library? And did I get the right version number? Probably not. Probably going to have to pull up all of those other crates with it. Okay, it's 0.7. Okay, this is probably going to break a lot of things. So, I need to do probably a cargo clippy out here, right? And that'll update the index, download the things. Yeah, we got all of our familiar friends. We got Futures.io, we got Futures Util. I'm looking for async standard. Shouldn't that get pulled in too? Where's our good friend async standard? We didn't get async standard, really? Async tungstenite. Huh. I thought for sure it was based on async standard, but I don't see it in the list now. Anyway, now from here, I'm just going to restart the Rust analyzer. What did I do? I substituted async tungstenite in place of tungstenite in my dependencies. Need to tell it which runtime? Oh. Possibly right. You're probably right. Did they have to do that in their example? I'd have to look all the way back out to their cargo tumble example, wouldn't I? Async standard runtime. I needed to do that, right? Now, is that... I don't list it like that. I list it like that, right? And that's the standard that I want. So I would do something like this, right? Version equals that, comma, features equals that. I'm just guessing. Check the cargo dock thingy. You mean the documentation for cargo? I've had to do that before, and I'm pretty sure that's how it was done. Oh. You're saying, here, right? There. Well, that documentation was here, at the very top of this, right? How do I get to the top? Click there? Ooh, I didn't mean to go there. Well, I guess I can... I guess I can go there and click that again. There we go. So I'm pulling an async standard runtime. There we go. Enabled via feature flags. Where do they say Tokyo here? Oh, right here. And where do they say I need one or the other? I don't see where they say you have to choose one or the other. You say it's explained in the top level of the docs, but I don't see that. But anyway, that's what we're going to pick, right? So I probably got that right. Let's do a Clippy again. It's going to download more crates this time. Ooh, 16? 17 crates? There's our async standard dude. We got a bunch of other things that look kind of random. Okay, don't hate me, Tokyo Camp. I'm going with async standard for now. Sorry about the Cold War. I hope you guys resolve your differences soon. We're going to go with async standard for now. All right, so that broke just about everything I was doing because our WebSocket is no longer a tungstenite. It's... Is this going to help me with auto-completion? Async tungstenite. Can I just say WebSocket again? Or is it going to be... No. It's probably a WebSocket stream, right? And it's auto stream. Okay, I don't know what it is, so I should probably just go back to the example to see what it is. Examples, client. Okay, what is this type? Actually, I'm going to want to split it anyway, right? I'm going to want to split it almost immediately, so I might as well just have two type names. Or really just one that I need public. I have to connect async. So... That's weird. I see client async, but no connect async. Oh, because it's inside of that. Interesting. Okay, so... Wait, what? Ah, there. Connect async. Okay, and then I need to look at that because it's stream extension for a split. Right. Split sync. So it's a futures retail split sync. Okay. And I was already there, right? Not quite. I can search for split sync. There we go. Do I want the sync or the source? I want the sync, don't I? Alright, so I want a futures retail stream split sync, really, for this. Not this thing, so... Which means I may have to pull that in dependency myself, right? It's not going to know what it is. So I guess I need to update my own toml. I need... Okay. That goes there. I need to force myself to use these new key bindings too. Here, right? I need futures util. And what version are we on with that? 0.3. Clip be that. Really? Oh, it's dash, not underscore. Interesting that it had to download more crates. Because I thought it already had futures util. Why did it download more? Why indeed? Okay. So now I should have futures util. No? Because I need to restart the Rust analyzer again. Joe Dub, are you back? Or are you going? Hello again. Also, I didn't say hi to a liquid plumber. Fearless shooting in the foot. That's right. That's what I'm doing right now. I should change my current task to be, because I'm no. Well, I guess I'm going to say trying out the Rust async tungstenite library. If I had room for a fourth line, I would say without shooting my foot. That won't fit, will it? Oh, it actually does. I can have a fourth line. All right. Now, can I say futures? I can say futures util, and I just forgot where in futures util it is. It is in stream. Split sync. Split sync, and the type matters. Yes, types matter. What is the type? Where am I? Right here. The self. Oh, this is interesting. I need to know the item type too. Okay then. Oh, let's see. It depends on what we put through the stream. The default item was a result with a message in it, right? Can I think I want to have more type aliases here. WebSocket message. What is the type of the message itself? I actually don't know. How do I figure that out again? I was just looking at that too. I don't remember. Was it in the stream? I'm totally confused. Stream extension. Okay, I guess we have to pick the type. But wait a minute, it has to be more than that, right? Because one of these, what was it, forward? I can't remember. Forward? Yes. Right, the self here, right? Is it try? No, that's different. Shoot, what was it? I'm sorry, my friends. I'm getting all confused by the documentation. Does it return a concrete stream type? So I should be looking at that, right? Let me find my way back to that. It's not concrete though. Well, no, it's generic on the request, but you're right. The type is connect stream. So, and connect stream is a client stream of TCP stream. And TCP stream is something else. Yeah, maybe I should be, maybe you're right. I should be using generics myself here. So, okay, what I had before here, I didn't need to make them generic. I knew what it was. It was this. At the top now. It was called an auto stream in Tungstenite client. Now, I need to know what that is. Okay, let me just do one type at a time. We have some type. I don't know what's inside it yet, but there's something. And it happens when we tell the stream to split. We get a split sync of something. Actually, there are two things. There's S and then there's item. The item was the result one. I was trying to find that one. S. That I know, right? That is, connect stream. So, actually, it's showing me the type there. Async tungstenite. Standard, async standard, connect stream. That's one type. The other one is going to be the item. How do I figure out the item? Probably from the split, right? How do we get the split in the first place? That was from... This one extends stream and with a split. Oh, wait. The split sync, the type of split sync is not connect stream, it's the actual WebSocket type. Yeah, I just don't remember where they defined item. Where do they define item? I don't know. Oh, it's a generic on the item. We haven't defined it yet. What thing define? Where did it define item? Here. See, the fact that it's working with generic things. Was it I was gonna say, was it? Yeah, it must be. I just forget. We were looking at that. I figured out why we had to map it, and I had it here somewhere. It defined what the item was, but now I don't see it because this is generic. And I can't. Yeah, I'm losing my mind slowly. I'm just going nuts. Split. Yeah, that didn't help. Do I need split sync? That's what I was on, right? No, I'm not on split sync. Split sync. Okay, but again, the item is generic again. So how is the item picked for WebSocket? That's what I just don't get. Implementation of stream for WebSocket stream. Okay. Implementation of... Oh, I get it. That's where it was. Thank you. Sylveth to the rescue. Okay. So by implementing stream, we set our item type, right? I don't really... this is where I don't get the link between that and the split wherever it was. Yeah. The link between item and where it's used there is what really confuses me. Yeah, I'm jumping around from one doc to another. Lols. It's just crazy. Hello, how are you doing? All the generic trade objects will use that item type. But, like, how would I know to find item here? I don't know. Like, normally that's not even shown, so a search wouldn't find it. I have to actually click that, and then, oh, boom, there's where item is. They're generically implemented for things that implement stream with that item. Yeah, but if this is concrete, the only thing generic here is S, right? And that is the underlying raw stream, right? Otherwise, it's concrete, so I should be able to see what item is, but I have to dig into all these implementations to see, oh, there's item. And by the way, there's error. It's like, come on. So we have, I should just fill that in, right? That's the second argument here. It is of type result, and then this type exactly is, oh shoot, I have to depend on tungstenite to see that. Yeah, all right. There's another cargo then. We need tungstenite back, and I just got rid of it too. That was 0.11. I remember that one. So pull that back in, restart the language server. Those methods like split work for all streams. The method has nothing to do with yeah, but I'm talking about the concrete. I'm trying to find out what to fill in for this concrete type, right? Well, the concrete, this is not WebSocket, it's WebSocket sync. I'm trying to make a concrete type that's going to be what the sync end of the WebSocket really is. So I need to fill in the generics based off of what we're going to get from WebSocket. Because I'm old school and I want to have a type alias rather than work with generics right now. Try cargo doc open, please. I will try it, but I really can't. Too much cognitive overload to do that right now. I promise I'll do that before the next stream. I'll play around with doc open. But I can't do that mid-stream right now. I will go nuts. You will see me foam at the mouth. Let's see. Where was I? The result, right. So I need to track the messages. Okay, so restart. And now I should have tungstenite. Great. It is tungstenite what? Protocol message. Protocol? Message. Yes, please do load. You're not going to be able to... Oh. Wait a minute. It looked like it was in another namespace. Oh. Why did it say it was in a namespace called message lowercase? Anyway. That is the positive, and the negative is tungstenite error. All right. The other reason I'm doing this is it's helping solidify like what the concrete type will be, and maybe I'll go back to generic after a while. Hey there, Batcraft. Thank you. Last sip of water though. How are you doing, Batcraft? I'm slowly going insane with the asynchronous Rust. It's re-exported. It's probably implemented in a deeper module, probably exported to a higher level. Yeah, probably. Build the documentation for the local package and all dependencies. So when you search for something, you can search between all dependencies. Okay, Papata, still Papa. Maybe I'm warming up to the idea of doing that. But let me see if I can get this concrete type. I'm really obsessed now to get this concrete type correct. This one is not correct, right? The docs typically link to a place that's actually implemented, not where it's exported, which may be confusing. Yeah, tell me about it. There's like very little in this documentation that is not confusing. Okay. Again, I need to remember that we are in string extensions here. So show the undocumented members. And we're going to be calling split, which I can't find right now. Split. That's not what I wanted. I don't know what it just did. Okay, I'm in the wrong place. Try again. Split, please. There we go. Okay, so the first argument is the self. So it's going to be WebSocket stream, right? Async tungstenite WebSocket stream, and then the underlying thing is basically what the connect, where is it? Connect async gives me. It's going to be connect stream. So async okay, so async tungstenite. Actually, that's the one I just had, right? Async standard connect stream. There we go. Comma. There's the concrete type. So we're going to start with a connect stream, and we're going to use that to connect with a WebSocket, and then we're going to split it between its source and its sink, and the sink will remember where it came from, and then this is the what we get with every message in that stream. Okay. I can deal with that. So if that's the type we're going to be dealing with here, everywhere, there. Okay, updated the types. Did I miss anything? The types are all wrong for... Okay, the right... We're not doing write message anymore. It's going to be... Let's go back to the example. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this today. It's just a little bit too much. I end up doing a write, don't I? Well, this one... This one goes through a channel. I'm guessing I can just write to it. Did you miss something big since the beginning of the stream? You're doing something else in such a way you couldn't hear. You can't hear? Oh, you couldn't hear me. I got to the point in doing the porting to Rust where I needed to be asynchronous or non-blocking. I tried the non-blocking approach, but it was sort of futile because I knew I was going to go to async anyway, so I just decided I was going to go asynchronous. Yeah, Silmith sums it up pretty well. Yeah, and now I'm losing my mind slowly with asynchronous Rust because of all but how split up the different crates are that deal with asynchronous stuff, mostly. But maybe I'll get this to work. So given a split sync, what can I do with it? I should be able to write to it, right? There should be a method to write to the sync. Implement sync item. Maybe I don't know how to use it. Okay. Just out of curiosity, what does sync extension have? With buffer, close, fan out, flush. Oh, there's send. A feature that completes after the given items is fully processed into the sync, including flushing. I don't think this is going to work without making the function itself asynchronous, right? I think the entire architecture needs to change. I think I really need to build everything up into a chain of features. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Is that the point of the async? Because that's what happened in Python, is the async infected the program and made everything asynchronous. I suppose it's just an architectural decision, but that... I don't know if I can do it right now. I think it's almost 5 hours. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this right now. I think I have to take a step back from this and take a break. I hate to leave on such a bad note, though. Yeah, but the architecture of this example is just totally different. It is, setting up futures, which use other futures, which wait on other futures. Make it async, await on futures, just return futures directly. Yeah, I just need to think of it backwards, in other words. So in other words, instead of just saying, hey, we want to send a message to the WebSocket, it's like, well, yeah, when you're ready to do the next thing with the WebSocket, this is what we kind of want you to send, maybe. It won't be easy and short, yeah. I don't think I'm going to get there today. Yeah, I think I need to take a break from this. All right. Should I do something else or just raid somebody? It's almost 5 hours anyway. I think I'll just call it. All right. I'm going to get back to this. Maybe do some homework in between now and Thursday. I don't stream on Wednesdays, but I have homework cut out for me. I need to maybe do some exercises with async to get more used to it. And there's a nice video about the what was this video about? About async and futures. About, I think it was about 4 or 5 or 6 hours long. It's this one, so I'll probably be watching this between now and Thursday, and maybe come back to it a little bit more prepared, and try again to make this tool work. And in the meantime, let's go raid somebody. Video explains ePoll futures implemented. Yeah, I think it'll help. It will definitely help. I also think I just need maybe start over with a new program just to play around with asynchronous, or maybe just stop and like map out in my head how the architecture would be different if everything was futures. Or maybe start over with a tool from scratch asynchronously. I don't know. Oh, I'm being raided by Bald Bearded Builder. Hey, Bald Bearded Builder, I'm about to raid somebody else. I've reached my limit of trying to understand asynchronous Rust, and my brain is about to explode. So I gotta raid someone else, I'm sorry. Who was your second choice, Bald Bearded Builder? Who would you have raided if not me? Thought maybe could show you to really like Rust, but looking at what you do and how easy Go would be, yeah. I'm sorry, R-driven. Am I pushing you away from Rust? Yeah, if you want to know what Rust is all about, this is the scary underbelly of Rust. We got raided and raided me? Yeah, but who would you have raided if I wasn't there? I can't raid the same person again, because that'll be an infinite loop. Well, the people that I follow that are raiding, that are streaming right now, there aren't a whole lot. We could raid Bald Bearded Builder. Or wait a minute, you were using Vue and Firebase, and let's see, what is Alt F4 doing right now? Quirk. Oh, thank you, Bald Bearded Builder. But I gotta go. Yeah, I was thinking an Alt F4 stream. The async await is brand new. Yeah. Do you wanna see the epitome of brand new? When you go to search for Rust, the Rust async book, it's like, oh, they have a getting started guide about how to do asynchronous Rust programming. And then you get down to chapter 6.2 and you're like, oh, this is cool. I'm ready for the next chapter. Oops. It's broken. Let's look at another chapter. Oh, it's broken too. That one's broken too. Everything marked to do is basically not even done yet, and the links don't go anywhere. Yep, all the to-do links are broken. And this is in the Rust async book. So you're like, okay, well, let's learn from the async library, right? This is getting started with, this is the same book, I'm sorry. These are all the same book. It's the async standard, right? Look at this, looks really nice, right? Let's learn more. So they go into this book, and you get down to, where was it? Tasks, I think. And it's like, oh, this is great. I'm learning about tasks. Now that's where streams come in. Great, can't wait to see streams. What? What? It's not even, they haven't finished their documentation yet. For the getting started, the learn to learn more, it's not even done yet. And this and it's not even just these guys. So if you look up Tokyo RS, look, getting started guide, right? And it runs fine until you get to this chapter. And it's like, in the next section, we'll take a look at a more involved example. Great, can't wait for a more involved example. So next up, this section is not about Tokyo. What? What? How do we get there? So basically, their documentation is not only not done, you don't even know what the outline is going to look like. It just jumps you to a completely different chapter. No, but this is like... It'd be okay if it was like in the documentation buried in here, but this is the freaking getting started button. That's the biggest button on their site. I mean, come on. So yeah, it's not just Tokyo, it's not just Async RS. Even the Rust Async book is incomplete. There is basically no complete book yet for asynchronous Rust. So this is why I've been banging my head against the virtual wall today, and I'm about to go nuts. Should build my own async runtime. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't no IKEA. Oh no, I'm being raided again. Please stop raiding me. Hey there, QP Halcyon. I just got raided by a bald-bearded builder and QP Halcyon while I was trying to find someone to raid. So this is just going to be the raid train. All right, raid train. Choo choo. We got to go raid somebody else because I'm about to go crazy here. What do you think is the biggest plus for Rust? I guess I can stay around a little bit to explain what I'm doing. And to answer System 1100's question, hey there's Orkenheimer. This will be your third raid today? Oh no. Okay. I need to put the brakes on any more raids. About to raid someone. Please do not raid. maybe they'll see that above my head. I don't know. Okay, let me explain what I've been doing. So, if you've never been to my channel before, I just did the totally wrong link. It's new, not name. That's just how insane I'm going. I'm typing name when I'm supposed to be typing new. That video explains how I look like when I'm not going crazy. And what I normally do here is work on my own game. It looks like this. So it is based on pretty much handwritten code with some libraries that I'm using, but it's mostly handwritten. It's inspired by the Ultima series of games from the late 80s. And as a player, you would more or less look like this. You're walking around this virtual world. It's dark in this dungeon unless you're near a torch or these bright points here. But yeah, you fight monsters, you do quests, and there are... hold on, let me turn off the avatar show admin mode again. So this is a multiplayer game, so there is a front-end piece that runs in your web browser, and there's a back-end that runs on a server in Amazon Web Services. And right now, the game server, mostly handwritten, is in C++ with some Lua. I'm introducing some Rust into the picture because a lot of my viewers said, hey, what do you think about Rust? Why don't you try out Rust? Why don't you write everything in Rust? I'm like, I have know nothing about Rust. So that was actually part of my Rust command. I know some streamers who do Rust, and Mr. Halsey, I think, might still be here. But I've been learning Rust recently, and to try to integrate Rust into what I do and what I know. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. I've been going through some of the online material for how to learn different things in Rust. And I thought, hey, let's try to apply what I've learned so far into what I'm doing with this game. So one of the things I have with the game is a set of admin tools. So one of the admin tools was called items, and you can do things like count the number of items in the game. And, oh, I broke that. I didn't know I broke that. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I broke that command, but I can still do the old command, right? Shoot. I have to do it this way. I have to say Python. Yeah, okay. I broke the tool. to run the old tool in Python, I had to do this, right? Tools, items, Primus count. Yeah, so it connects to my game backend server and counts the number of items that are in the game. I can also do things like find me the rusty iron key. This is a unique item in the game, so there's only going to be one of it, right? So and that's the item number. So I could take that item number now back into the console here, and I can type in 80024, and I can find that rusty iron key. There it is. And I can go and find out who is holding. So no one's holding the key. That's nice. And back to the items. So basically admin tools that I can use in the background that don't quite fit into the front-end tool. They were written in Python, and I figure, hey, these tools are nice and self-contained. What better way to exercise newly found Rust programming knowledge than to try to port it to Rust? So that's what I've been doing. Reminds you of Dwarf Fortress? I started calling it a multiplayer online role-playing game, or MMORPG. Not a massively one, but, you know, maybe a few dozen people might play this ever. And then someone pointed out to me that since this is the extent of the graphics in the game, most of the game content is going to be through chat. So as you talk to NPCs, you fight monsters, you'll see a lot of text here. That it's essentially just a MUD, a multi-user dungeon, with some graphics on top. So that's why we're calling it a MUD. But yeah, the rendering of the world is arbitrarily 32 by 32 pixel tiles. They could be ASCII characters, and it would look just the same as Dwarf Fortress, only you can control, you have some agency. It's kind of like adventure mode Dwarf Fortress, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. And but anyway, it's all handwritten, and learning Rust, the opportunity to exercise the knowledge in porting some of my game's existing tools from Python to Rust is what I've been doing recently. And the tool I was working on today has to do two things at once, which is leading me to look into asynchronous Rust, because it's this scripts command, sync scripts. So it's going to connect to the game and say, well, here are all the digests of all the scripts in the game. And then as I go and, let's say I go and I change one of the scripts. I just changed this 20 to a 21. It's going to say, oh, you updated the attack script, so it's going to upload it to the game. And so if I go now in-game and look at the attack script, it'll have that 21 there. So it's like keeping in sync the scripts in the game with what I have on my workstation. So I put that back to a 20. It's going to re-upload it to the game and all that. So, but it's got to do two things at once now. You can see it's connecting to the game and receiving information from the game about what scripts are there, but it also has to monitor my local file system. So it has to know when I updated the script, and so when it should upload it to the server. So the problem here is in Rust, without asynchronous stuff, it's really hard to both watch the file system and listen to a WebSocket at the same time, especially when in response to the file system event, you actually have to write back to the WebSocket. So you had two threads was the approach I had for a while, but those two threads had to write to the same WebSocket. Nope, can't do that. Rust won't allow it. Can almost see the blood, sweat, and coffee that was spilled into this game. Yeah, pretty much. Soding was doing some async Rust. Or did he do it without going insane, Sorkenheimer? Yeah, you guys should check out Soding, because he's probably a lot better than I am at Rust, as in a lot of other programming. And also, if you have a thirst for learning 6502 assembly for the Nintendo Entertainment System, you should check out Sorkenheimer. Define sane? Not being able to construct coherent sentences or use one's own bot's commands correctly. So yeah, I'll be back at this Thursday. I don't stream tomorrow, but I'm trying to reproduce what this tool does, but in Rust. And it's having a heck of a time. I can show you what I should do is I should revert back to the non-asynchronous part and kind of show you what I've done so far. Can I just stash what I have? Why not? I'm going to stash what I have and show you what the tool was. Actually, then I could run the tool without it breaking, right? I can do cargo build release. Except for this still might do this junk with doing stuff. Let's see. No, it does. It has a little bit of extra gross stuff, but that's okay. So this is the Rust equivalent of the tool. Did the same thing as far as counting items, and it can also find the rusty iron key, and we could also find every piece of gold in the game. We could find it. There we go. So that's the Rust version, and let me give you a quick tour before I rate someone else. So common.rs, we want that, and we want the items. I'm going to have to restart the Rust analyzer because I just confused the heck out of it. I confused the heck out of it just now by stashing all my changes. Anyway, the where are we? So let me just go over the item script. So this is the one that I was running here that I can count the number of items in the game or find an item. So the way I have this set up is down at the bottom. I haven't yet picked up a library that handles command line options more elegantly. So right now I'm just bare metal going to the environment args, getting into a vector of strings, and expecting there to be arguments. So it needs this argument realm name, which is kind of hidden by the... it's kind of stashed inside of the script here, but there's always the name of a realm because my game could have multiple realms, so you'd pick one. And then it's going to pick which command you want. And then I have a way that if you didn't pick a command or you picked a wrong command, it can tell you that. So if I just run items by itself, it'll say, well, you need a command. We know about count, find, and lost. The way it knows about it is I decided just to be tricky. I made a hash map called command specifications. Well, actually, it's not a hash map. It's a B tree map. And I populate it when we construct the tool. So here I have linked the name of the command, the description, and the handler, and we're doing it with a B-tree map. I know one of my viewers made a static linked list implementation of this, but it's essentially the same, where we have a lookup table for commands. So we make sure that if you didn't give one, it iterates through all the commands and prints out what those are. Otherwise, to make sure you actually picked one. And then we read a configuration from JSON. We look up if the configuration has the realm we asked for. And then we run the tool. The tool leverages a common part, which when we run that, we're not going to use this anymore. It connects to my game via WebSocket. It sends a message to start the authentication process. And then it sits here in this loop. And here's where we're running into a problem with doing other things simultaneously. This write pending and then reading a message, this is going to block the way I have the code designed right now. And essentially we can't do anything else until the server gives us a message. It was fine for the items tool because that didn't need to watch the file system. It could basically wait until the server gave us the next message. But for the scripts tool, I need to do file system monitoring too, so it's not going to work out. But anyway, if we don't need to do background work, we just sit here waiting for the server to give us a message. And the way we handle it is if the messages are all coming back through the WebSocket as JSON, so we have to like parse it and stuff. If it's an auth challenge, we know how to deal with that. We take the challenge string, we sign it with a private key, we encode the signature, and we send it back. Cool, right? If we don't know what what the message means, we delegate it through a trait object, which is one of these Dyn traits, right? And we say, hey, you handle it. And the way it's handled in the items is that we understand what chat message from the server means and what entities means. And I won't bore you with any more detail. You're probably already bored. But it is going to collect all the items in the game and do something with it. If I use the count subcommand, it just counts them up. If it's find, it iterates through all the items and finds the one with a matching name. You get the idea. So that's what I've been working on lately. Hey there, Anakin Luke. I'm about to end my stream, but I got rated by 2 really nice streamers. I felt that I should at least explain what I'm up to before I go. Am I a software freelancer or consultant or employee? I was an employee for many years. That's my code journey talks about that. But there were big layoffs at the company I was at, and so it kind of gave me the opportunity to try something different. So I decided I would stream pretty much all my free time here, trying to build up something that's been on my bucket list, which is to make this my own version of a game like the old Ultima games, which I really enjoyed when I was a kid. So I've always wanted to make this game, so hey, let's try to do it. And if it turns into a business by getting more people wanting to either contribute or play the game, then it would become an entrepreneurial thing. But if not, I also on the side am open for doing consulting, which I actually have a gig that might be happening soon, which means unfortunately I might have to cut back on the streaming time. But you can consider me right now both part-time consultant and part-time Twitch streamer. Yeah, my name was kind of randomly generated. Stuck around enough that I know that you know what I'm doing. I got the dispatch stuff figured out. Now I need to get it to work asynchronously so that we can monitor the file system at the same time as talking to the server. So I need to really get a grip on asynchronous Rust. But if you were here the last 2 hours, you know that I almost went insane trying to figure it out. So noticeable speed boost. Yeah, it's 2.5 times as faster. 2.5x compared to Python. But, you know, it could be my awful Python. It could be just the nature of the libraries I'm using in Python. It's hard to say. It's an unfair comparison since Rust is going to be compiled and optimized, and Python can only optimize to some extent. At some point, it's got to run either a virtual machine or just-in-time compiler or something like that. So it's kind of an unfair comparison. Yeah. What I really liked is that Rust forces me to write the source code in a way that it is has to be very disciplined to make it past all the borrow checking and safety features in the language. So I like it from that point of view. With Python, it's very loose, and you can get stuff to run and then have it horribly break, and you'll have bugs that Rust pretty much steers you away from. So I also like the fact that I can make command line tools in Rust. I can make libraries. I can interact with C and C++. I can even put it on the web. There's even game engines now coming out for Rust. So I'm liking it. I just need to get used to the various, sometimes not yet mature parts of the language. And I definitely need to know how to do asynchronous stuff, because I'd use that all the time. Whenever you need a program that needs to do more than one thing at once, you're going to need to do either threading or asynchronous or something like that. Ever used C#? Yeah. My stream helper here is written in C# in Windows Presentation Foundation. So I can see that you asked me, have I ever used C#? Yeah. I've only really used C# to make user interfaces in Windows, like you just saw. But I dabbled a little bit in Unity, but I haven't really gotten very much into it. Yeah, Windows Presentation Foundation, or WPF. It's just a bunch of C# framework libraries for making GUIs. Time to learn, typical to struggle for weeks. Yeah, so technically I'm in like week 3. I started learning Rust on the 9th of June. Yeah, so it's like the middle of the 3rd week of learning Rust. So anyway, I gotta go. I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, I went straight into the deep water with async. I did too. Yeah, I admit that. I freely admit it. Use ASP.NET.Core and more. Cool. I don't really know ASP.NET so well. Well, if you like what you see, I'll be back on Thursday. So I have that here. I'll put that up while I'm trying to raid somebody. I try to stream at the same time. For me, it's Pacific time, 9:15 a.m. So that's 16:15 UTC. I don't stream on Wednesdays. I'll be back Thursday for more. I'm going to go pass along the raids. We have to let people know that this is not just a Raimu raid. It's also a Bald-Bearded Builder and a Halcyon raid. All right? I still see Alt F4 stream going, so maybe we'll raid them. All right, so this is quite a departure from Firebase and Rust and all that. Alt F4 stream is doing, he's doing his own cloud computing environment, and right now he's doing TypeScript stuff. So I hope you guys enjoy. I will be back on Thursday. So take it easy, and let me start the raid. I almost forgot to hit that button. There it goes.
And everyone, I hope you stay safe. Hope you enjoyed today. I'll be back on Thursday. See you then. Bye.